Not yet, but it's definitely in the air. Has there ever been a person that has gone to court and got back on Twitter besides you?
There has not.
That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive.
There's more coming.
There's more?
Oh, yeah.
So explain the process. So you were, what was the exact definition of what they kicked you off for?
Oh, are we live?
Yeah, we're
live.
live.
Oh, good.
We're rolling.
Okay. All right. So it was almost exactly this time last year, Joe. It was August 28th, 2021. I wrote a tweet that began, "It doesn't stop infection or transmission," and they banned me.
Oh.
I went on to say, this is not a vaccine, or don't think of it as a vaccine. Think of it as a therapeutic, meaning a drug that has side effects and that you have to dose in advance of illness. And then the last line was, and we want to mandate it, insanity. Okay, I would say that's been pretty well vindicated by events.
That's vindication.
So they banned me. They said that was my fifth strike, and that I was not allowed to tweet anymore, and my account was not available to anybody. All the previous tweets were gone. The 300,000 people, too bad. So I sued them in December, and here's it gets interesting and tricky. So other people have sued Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and Wikipedia, actually all these companies, and said, you've banned us. I just want to be able to use your platform. I haven't done anything wrong. And the companies say, we can do whatever we want. We can ban you. We can, attach labels to your tweets, this, that, and the other. And there's a law called Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. It's a federal law from 1998, I want to say, maybe 96, that basically was intended for two purposes. Purpose one was, we don't want these companies to get sued over stuff that people are saying on them. So in other words, I go on and I say, terrible things, defamatory things about Joe Rogan, or I say terrible things about my ex-wife, whatever. Okay, or I say, go shoot the president. Whatever it is I'm saying something that's harassing or hateful or illegal. We can't expect a bulletin board or Facebook or Twitter or whoever to police all that stuff. There's too much of it. It's not fair. So we're going to give them complete protection from that. And that makes total sense, by the way. All right? You can't have these people policing everything that's uploaded or downloaded. It's not within their capability. Okay. The second idea was, we want these folks to be able to give their users a better experience. And so we're going to give them some protection, limited protection, to moderate the content that's posted. Meaning, let's say I'm posting tons of pornography, and I'm posting it to a Christian website that's advertising itself as a family-friendly place. The idea was the 230 is going to allow me to take action against that user in good faith for harassing or objectionable content. So I'm going to be allowed to ban stuff or to age restrict. And that was really intended when you look back at the statute for pornography especially. Okay. So what happened was the companies, with the help of the Ninth Circuit, which is the federal judges in California, which is where most of these companies are based, California and the West Coast, managed to get bigger protection. And this was happening for a while, and then it really happened in 2015. There was this case where a group of Sikhs, an Indian minority group, the government of India went to Facebook and said, we don't like these people. They're protesting against us. You got to ban them. You got to ban their group website. And Facebook said, okay, and pulled back. They sued Facebook. They said, this is not right. And by the way, this was a classic example of a government telling, not wanting dissent, okay? The Indian government didn't want to deal with this group, so they told Facebook to ban it, okay? The Ninth Circuit said that 230 protection that allows you complete immunity if if Alex Berenson says, here's naked pictures of my ex-girlfriend, that also allows you to ban whoever you want. They called it first party, third party. They said there's no distinction in the statute between the immunity you get for this defamation that Alex might be doing versus your own decision to ban these people who don't want to be banned. And ever since then, 230's been a beast. And every time somebody has sued, the companies have said, look at Seeks versus Facebook, we win. And that's basically been how it's been. They've been allowed to do whatever they want. And so, by the way, I know I'm not even talking about my case yet, but this is the legal background. So sometimes when conservatives say, hey, man, 230, we need to repeal 230, that's actually not true. You just need to have the courts interpret 230 the right way, which is you don't get to sue Facebook or Twitter for these defamatory or harassing or illegal posts that other people are putting up. But at the same time, they shouldn't have blanket protection for their own decisions. So they've had the best of both worlds. They call themselves publishers when they want. And as a publisher, I have the protection to publish who I like, not publish who I like. But I'm not a publisher from the point of view, I'm more like a telephone company if somebody does something bad over my airwaves. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's how they've got it. Okay. All right. So, fast forward. Berenson sues. Berenson v. Twitter. Here's what I had. I had emails from a guy inside Twitter named Brandon Borman, who is a pretty senior executive. He was their vice president of communications, telling me explicitly, hey, we know what you're saying. We are in favor of encouraging debate about COVID. That was in 2020. And then in early 2021, he even went on to say, we're encouraging debate about the vaccines. And we don't think you're doing anything wrong. So I said, not only are they violating my rights as an American, and the California Constitution actually has additional free speech protections, and I think they're violating those too. They're specifically, they made these promises to me. They modified their contract with me. And there's a broader point that's important to everybody. When they say we have a COVID misinformation policy, or we have an election misinformation policy, or pretty soon probably the climate change misinformation policy, whatever these policies are that govern what you can and can't say on their platform, they have to follow this. So even if they say their contract, and when you sign up for Twitter, you click on something at the end and you've signed a contract, basically. And that contract is written by their lawyers. It's very favorable to them, very unfavorable to you as the user. They're modifying that, okay? That was our argument. They are modifying that when they put out a COVID-19 misinformation policy. They don't have to have a COVID-19 misinformation policy. They could say, hey, we're Twitter, we're going to ban you whenever we want for whatever reason. But they did have that policy. And our argument was they have to now follow it. And the judge, his name's Judge William Alsop, he was in California, and he is not a Trump appointee. He's not a George Bush appointee. He is a Bill Clinton appointee, known for being a smart guy who kind of plays it down the middle. He, in April of this year, just a couple months ago, said, I think Berenson's got a case. I'm going to allow this lawsuit to proceed. I'm not going to dismiss it. And that was a major event, in sort of the point of view of internet law. Because again, even though I did have these communications with Borman that other people don't have, this broader issue of of whether or not these platforms, when they tell you we're going to have this strike policy, we're going to do these things, do they have to follow that? That's the question. Again, if the argument is I'm Twitter or I'm Facebook, I'm all powerful, I operate under 230, and I'm going to kick you off whenever they want, they got to tell people that. Instead, it's like, well, as long as you play within the rules and you color by our guidelines, it's okay. And then they don't even do that. Now you can sue them.
So you sue, and then did they settle?
So I sue in December. in April, we get this ruling. And the judge doesn't allow everything to proceed, which from my point of view was sort of unfortunate. He didn't allow my big claims on the First Amendment or my California claims to proceed. And frankly, I still think there's a chance, whether it's me or, it's not me, but whether it's somebody else going forward might be able to have a good claim on California constitutional law. Because again, Twitter's based in California, and the California Constitution is even more protective of free speech than the U.S. Constitution. It actually says, for example, the way it's been interpreted in California, the California Constitution, if you own a mall, you have to let people come in and protest. Even if they're, like from the Vietnam War on, even though that's a private facility, because you're running this place that's open to the public and that a lot of people who, go to, it becomes almost a public facility for the purposes of the California Constitution. And my argument, my lawyer's argument, is Twitter is a huge public space. It's referred to itself as a public square many times. It should be forced to do the same thing under California law. And if the federal law, if 230 blocks that, now we have an issue of, does the federal law go too far and sort of hurt First Amendment protections? But put all that aside. The judge didn't allow any of that stuff. But what he did allow was my breach of contract claim to proceed, and he did something else, Joe. He said, this guy's going to get discovery. So discovery is a legal term. It means that the two parties have to exchange information in a civil lawsuit. So and it's actually kind of amazing if you think about this, that this is how this works. The lawyers for Twitter were going to go to Twitter and say, you got to give us all your documents that where Alex Berenson is named, whether that's internal or whether that's, Pfizer emailing about him or whatever it is. And we're going to hand that over to his lawyers so he can help sue us. And I had to do the same thing. I mean, for me, it's not a big deal. It's like me and my phone or whatever. And then the judge said, I would get to depose 2 Twitter executives. And that could be anybody. He didn't put any limits on it. So that could have been like Jack Dorsey. Okay. So if you're a big company, that's a nightmare for you. You do not want that. You do not want to have to go through discovery. You do not want to have to go through depositions. You just want, you want a lawsuit to go away. Okay. So, and my position was, look, the judge gave me this stuff. I'm not backing off. I want those depositions. I want this discovery. And I want the right to make it public. And so Twitter, I did not think we were going to be able to settle. But Twitter and I, in June, we had this long mediation. And I can't sort of talk about how that went specifically, but I can tell you that at the end of, July 6th, they reinstated me to the platform. We settled. I guess you could argue they didn't apologize, but they acknowledged they were wrong to have taken me off last August. And this is the really good part, since then, I've been publishing internal documents where Twitter says that they came under pressure from the federal government.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
So this, to me, so people said when I settled, and it's funny, it was actually people on the right, they said, this guy, he took all this money to sue Twitter. He didn't care. He just wanted to get back on the platform. He just wanted to be able to tweet. He wanted some money from Twitter. That's what he got.
I'm listening to the Joe Rogan podcast while I do this, Ooh, I like these rooms. This one. It go well, how you do? How do you do? Woo. Not bad. Did you work today? Flusher bar, beacon. Yeah. How was it? What the hell's angled? Why is it so expensive? Ooh. It's good and slow. That sounds like fucking porn. Yes, the sex was good and slow. Mm-hmm. Searchlight. Wait a minute. I already have these, so... Cychrome parking lights. 2 square beacon. That's stupid. Should I try the searchlight? No. This. More lights. Super duper lights. Kind of rims are going on this one. This one. Now we're gonna have to change visuals. Ooh. That's a nice... Okay, I'm totally using that color. That's fucking dope. What the frig? Alright, so we have a dash on the other one. For this one, I'm gonna get the first mate bobblehead. This one's gonna be I have the wiener dog already in one car though. I don't want to make it the same for everything, you know? For this one, I'm gonna put a dream catcher. And shut up and take my winch. It's my way. Pas de route, pas de problème. Hon hon hon. Oh my god! Those look like fucking Transformers. They're not. That looks like a saber-tooth face. And what the fuck is this? Yeah, I did, but not for very long. I had a short day. Why are they so fucking big? This one kind of fits the theme of the colors of the car. I think I'm gonna put this one. Let's get a little bit dirty. Ooh, Munbat must eat mud. Ooh. Truck Mafia! Wow. The horn. Ooh, there's more. This one's gonna get the Cobra. Very cool. let's leave the garage. We're going to rescue this truck here. So in order to do that, we need to drive up here. This way. Let's continue the podcast. Yes.
He promised you he'd get Discovery. He didn't get it.
So it is the latest podcast from Joe Rogan with Alex Burson, and I'm only 14 minutes in. So, and it's 3 hours long.
Nothing's ever going to happen with this. Well, screw those people too, okay? Because I've now been publishing documents that show that the White House wanted me banned. And that is the biggest part of all of this. Okay, that's where the story is going now. That people inside the White House, this is Twitter employees talking to each other about a meeting that they had in April of 2021 before ever done
Joe
anything
Rogan
to me,
podcasts are
where
usually
they said that the
like
White House said, why is this guy still allowed to tweet? And at that time, they were saying to each other, these Twitter employees, we think he's fine. We don't think he's doing anything wrong. Well, you fast forward 21, just over a year ago, and Joe Biden says the vaccine, anybody who debates the vaccines, if social media platforms allow that, they are quote unquote killing people. And then less or barely a month after that,
controversial
Twitter puts a
content.
strike against me. They begin the process of deplatforming. 6 weeks later, they deplatform. So my position, and I'm going to sue. I've said I'm going to sue the White House, and I'm going to sue a guy named Andy Slavitt, who's named in these documents, who was working at the White House at the time. My position is that there are people inside the Biden administration who violated my rights as an American citizen, violated my First Amendment rights, tried to get Twitter to suppress me personally. That's where this is going.
And what was their basis? Like when they said, did they have a very specific thing that they were accusing you of, where they wanted you to remove from Twitter?
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
the latest
clear
one.
from
That's
the
the one I'm
documents that they
listening
had
to.
anything specific. The term they use is misinformation. So vaccine misinformation. And in fact, they specifically said, again, this is according to these Twitter employees who are talking about this meeting, that I was influencing persuadable people. So you got to remember.
What a bunch of
Got to remember what the
crooks
landscape
up
was
there, man.
last year.
They just label
At the
anyone.
beginning of the year.
Yes, they're
January
doing this.
through June,
It's-
it was, hey, we're going to
Delete
vaccinate a lot of
them.
people. This is going to go away. And yeah, there's people like
Unbelievable.
Berenson who are out there talking about this VAERS data, and they're talking about side effects, and they're a pain in our ass. But ultimately, all those mouth-breathing anti-vaxxers, they're going to see, they're going to see their buddies die, and they're going to see how well this thing works. And we're going to get 90 to 95% of the country vaccinated. Okay?
Yep.
We're going to win. That was that, and so there was pressure from the White House, but they felt they were in a really good position. There have been a lot of people who've been vaccinated, and it did look like, it looked like the vaccines worked for a period of time in the spring. I don't know if you remember, but cases, especially in Israel was always the leader on this.
I don't know about that.
Cases in Israel went down almost to zero. They'd been in the thousands, and then they went to zero. Deaths had been, close to 100 a day in Israel. They went to zero. Okay. That was the spring. That was April. They were upset about me and people like me. Disinformation, misinformation. To me, it's journalism. Okay. If I'm pointing to you to government statistics and data, and I'm saying here's questions, and I'm saying here's some questions about the clinical trial and how long it went and who was included in it and whether or not it actually shows the vaccines work as well as you've been told, that's journalism. One man's reporter is another man's disinformation specialist, okay? Just like one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, okay? So, that was April, May. Then something happened in June and July and August. The worst case scenario from the point of view.
Good little truck.
What happened was cases started to go back up in Israel, in the UK, and then in the US. And they had known, if they had any sense, that the vaccines weren't going to be permanently protected. But I guarantee you, they did not think that that was going to happen in a matter of months. And that set them up to do two things. First of all, they were going to start to push for boosters. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, maybe if all you watch is MSNBC, you could get convinced that boosters were, that was always a part of the plan. But almost nobody who got a vaccine in, let's say, February or March or April thought that they were going to need another one by the end of the summer or the fall. Okay? So they knew that they were changing the narrative. Second, mandates. And this was really the worst part, Joe, right? This was, we are going to tie this to your job. We're going to basically force almost every American adult of working age to get one of these who isn't self-employed or who isn't an illegal immigrant. Like, they don't have to get it, but most Americans who work are going to need this for their jobs. And every healthcare worker and every government employee, I mean, they pushed a lot of people this way. And the anger they stirred was intense.
Yeah, but
And,
not just over there, over here too. I still don't have my job.
I was a problem. I'd been a problem in the spring, but I was a problem.
Damn.
Because it was starting to look like I was right, and it was starting to look like this wasn't going to be something you could just, I don't know if you remember the shot in a beer, the lotteries, there was all this sort of quasi-coercive crap going on in the spring. By the summer of 2021.
The lotteries, that was
you want to
pathetic.
fly? Maybe we're going to make you get vaccinated. They never did that, but they talked about it, and in Canada they actually did do it. You want going to need to be vaccinated. You want to go to a restaurant, you want to go to a movie in New York City, you're going to need to be vaccinated. You want your kids to go to school, guess what? We're going to make you get them vaccinated. That was talked about too. They don't even want to pretend they said that, but everybody from Gavin Newsom on down said that. So I was a problem for them, and Twitter cracked. Twitter had defended me, and they clearly internally, at least into April, did not think I was saying anything wrong. And I can tell you, I did not change my reporting standards. I did not ever say anything. I did not talk about, magnetizing or any of that stuff. I always stuck to the data. Twitter cracked. They banned me. And now we know that the White House was leaving.
So, where do you go from here?
Well, I'm back on.
You're back on, and now I should point out that the things that you got in trouble for are now YouTube has amended their policy.
They sure did.
So now YouTube is allowing you to
That's
say that masks
crazy.
don't stop
This
the
is
spread.
huge,
They don't protect
Jasmine.
You. They're also allowing
This
you to
is
say that the
huge.
vaccines do not stop you from catching COVID
Wow.
or from spreading COVID.
So you're allowed to talk now.
So
Because that's true.
Because that's true.
And this is something that you said a year ago.
A year ago. But unfortunately, now we're at a whole different set of questions. Unfortunately, we're at where do I go on Twitter and the Biden administration? Well, I'm gonna keep pushing. I'm gonna sue. I have my lawyer, James Lawrence, who I really like, who handled my lawsuit against Twitter, and we're going to be putting together a case against, again, the Biden administration. The only question, you got to do it. You got to make sure it's right. You got to make sure it's nailed down. Which documents do we include? What are our legal arguments? We have people, very smart lawyers who want to be involved in this and help. Do we sue in New York? Do we sue in D.C.? A lot of different questions, but that's going to happen. And then, so that's A. But the other question, unfortunately, we're done talking about whether the vaccines help infection or help stop infection or transmission. We know the answer to that. They don't. There's two big questions now. One is, do the vaccines actually increase your risk of getting? Do they increase or decrease your risk of serious illness?
What's up, Christian?
And in some ways, because Omicron's pretty mild, and because we've all gotten it at least once, maybe twice, assuming nothing terrible happens to the virus itself going forward, in other words, assuming the virus doesn't somehow mutate again to become more virulent, it's going to be what we thought it was going to be 2 years ago, which is ultimately it winds up as a cold for everything. It's just another, virus that you get from time to time. And eventually they'll stop counting the cases and they'll stop
everything's
in part because they don't want to
this
let vaccines do nothing.
I can't do
So the easiest
shit.
way to move past that is to just stop collecting that data. And you can already see the data is being collected less frequently.
Nice.
It's being publicized less.
Free truck.
So that's question A.
Customize
And I'm
the shit
hopeful.
out of it.
I'm hopeful basically that we will get to a point where whether or not the vaccines do any good, the virus itself is essentially not a big threat.
Ooh, this
Not
is
that it doesn't
good.
kill some people, but that it's not a big threat societally. Okay. But
Ooh,
there's a
this is
bigger,
really good,
even bigger
actually.
issue that no one will talk about right now.
This is a good
And that
intro.
is what is happening to all-cause mortality and to birth rates in countries that use these mRNA and DNA COVID vaccines very heavily.
Yes.
So essentially Western Europe, Japan, South Korea, Australia, the United States, Canada, there's this notable increase in death rates in a lot of countries. And in the last couple months, although the data is less clear, there's been a
No,
notable
I found
decrease
the truck was
birth rates
abandoned
and so on.
there.
Now, I
for
don't want
me
to
to go
overstate this.
pick it
I'm not
up.
talking about like deaths are doubling or tripling or births have gone to zero. When I say notable increase, I mean it looks to me and I actually just wrote a Substack on this that I posted Thursday morning.
Very good truck. Okay.
All cause deaths might be up 10%. And when I say all cause, that's literally what it sounds like. It's like how many people died in Germany this week? How many people died in the UK this week? And other countries than we are, they collect it more rapidly, they publish it more rapidly. And then, some people are still
Why
dying
is
of
this
COVID.
more
a few.
expensive?
So how many, when you X out those deaths, you just say, if nobody died of COVID, would all cause deaths still be above normal? And the answer is yes. They'd be about 10% above normal. Now, I don't know whether 10% sounds like a lot or a little.
This-
To you, it's a
Sounds like a lot.
it's enough that for COVID caused a 10% increase. We shut down the world for that increase. And 10% in the U.S., really, less worldwide. With births, the data is a little more kind of all over the map. But what's so striking is birth rates in some of these countries started dropping almost exactly 9 months to the day after they started mass vaccinating women of childbearing age. Now, we know the vaccines can cause some menstrual
Yeah, no shit. We've been
irregularities, and
trying
it
to
looks
tell
like they can
people
cause a
that
drop in
forever,
sperm
and
count.
it's no, we're
clear
not
whether
allowed to
it's
talk
temporary or
about it.
not.
But that's the thing. Now, okay, so the guys that's talking Christian, this guy sued Twitter and basically made some changes now to by law, YouTube had to change their policies, so you're allowed to say that vaccines are not effective. Before, you'd get banned and shit. So it's not just about the vaccines. It's about rights. It's about freedom of speech. It's about being honest with definitions. It's about a lot of other things.
It's possible that this is just sort of a temporary thing and births will come back to normal. Let's hope. So, but that's where I'm going. On the data, that's what I'm pursuing. Is this happening? It appears to be happening.
Ooh.
Next question, why is it happening?
Kind of rims.
And you can come up with plenty of explanations that don't involve the vaccines. Okay, for example, you could say, well, I think deaths are increasing because during the lockdown, people didn't go to the doctor, they didn't get medical care. Maybe
cool.
they didn't get exercise, they put on 20 pounds, that's increased their risk of a heart attack. And so now we're just seeing this downstream effect.
Ooh, I got a
You could
DLC
say,
for this
well,
one
I think
too.
deaths in people who are 30 are
yeah,
increasing
man.
because those folks, they were forced to be home. Now they're making up
So
for
it's
it
gonna
by
get the
partying a lot
walrus.
more. They're doing drugs, or they're drinking and driving, and so those kinds of
premium
deaths are
organic.
increasing. So there are stories you can tell that don't involve the vaccines to explain this. But my argument is, we need to be talking about this, and the same people who were screaming about deaths during COVID need to be acknowledging this and looking into the reasons why.
What do you make of these bizarre stories that you see that get published that are starting to blame an increase in heart attacks on climate change?
Yeah, it's a joke.
It's strange.
Oh,
It's strange
that's
because
cool.
journalists are publishing
I like
these
this
things
one.
in legitimate places.
Yes.
Like ABC. had one the
Everyone
other day
has.
That was widely mocked
It's ridiculous.
because it's so crazy
I like
for
this
them to
wheelie
say
one.
that.
Yes. It's bizarre.
Like, how much climate change are we talking about? Shouldn't the sky be on fire? I mean, what the fuck are you talking
Well,
about?
I will say this. It is true that when you have these extreme heat waves, especially in
Sure.
Europe where they don't have air conditioning,
Sure.
some old folks
Yes.
are just going to die. Basically, they're going to be in their apartments and they're just not going to be able to get out of bed and they're going to die. But that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about
No.
these stories where it's like some 30-year-old had a heart attack. and
Right.
Yeah. No, it's absurd. It's absurd.
It is absurd.
Yes.
But where are they being influenced? Like, why is someone publishing a story like that? Like, what is going on? Like, what are the processes in place that would allow someone to publish a story that's that ludicrous?
So, see, I'm glad you. This is a good thing about talking news. You pull me back because I can get lost in the weeds and the details of this is what the deaths in Germany were last week. You get me, or you think sort of more holistically. So here's what we've learned in the last couple of years. We've learned that the media, broadly, the elite media, as I generally call it, but it's
Drummond
the New York
Island.
Times and it's CNN,
Corporations.
Island
corporations, but it's more than corporations. It's a group of people who all live in Brooklyn and DC.
Ooh, I haven't done
who
this
tend to
yet.
be politically liberal, who all went to the same schools. By the way, one reason they hate me is because I went to one of those schools, right? So I'm a traitor.
And you were for the New York Times.
And I worked for the New York Times. So I'm a class traitor, okay?
Ooh, there's 2 pumps
They
over there.
have engaged in the last several years in a coordinated effort to sort of present stories in a way that I don't think ever really happened before 2016, before Donald Trump was elected. So these people, when Trump beat Hillary, it was a shock to the system. They couldn't believe that America had betrayed them this way. And there's a famous Onion headline from 2015. The Onion is always the best, and the headline
Wait a
was something
minute,
like,
I'm
Hillary
missing
Clinton
something.
tells America, don't fuck this up for me. Right? And there was this sort of like idea there was going to be this baton death march where it was going to end with our first female president. God
I
help
lose-
it.
did I
Didn't matter that
lose-
no one on earth liked her. Like, she
Did
was
I
going to be the
lose a
president.
truck?
And it didn't work out that way. And these people decided, if
Thought
this
I'd
country
lose
is
a truck.
stupid enough to elect Donald Trump, we can't trust it, and we better work together to make sure nothing like this ever happens again. So you saw really coordinated stories about how Russia had elected Trump, which turned out to be complete nonsense. And then, Mueller was going to take Trump down. And
Wait a
they,
minute. I'm
I don't
missing
know
a
whether
truck.
they had actual meetings over that stuff. But when COVID came along in 2020, they did have actual meetings. There was something called the Trusted News Initiative.
Where's this one?
The Trusted News Initiative was a group of
It says I have
organizations,
one, but where
which
the
I
fuck
think at
is
the time
it?
actually didn't initially include Twitter, which is sort of interesting. It included Facebook and the Washington Post and the BBC and Reuters and a lot of other news organizations. And it was, we're going to combat
Zarek
misinformation together.
I'm missing it.
Okay. This
I'm missing
was a
truck.
mistake. News organizations should not be working with one another to set the agenda.
Is
Okay.
it in
they're
here?
better when they're independent,
Oh, it's in
chasing
here.
their own stuff. Okay. And this is now happening with climate change. It's clear the same people who who were wrong about Donald Trump and Russian collusion, who were wrong about lockdowns and COVID and the effect of school closures, and I would say wrong completely about vaccines. And we can talk about where we actually stand right now, but fine. They think that climate change is an existential threat. They have convinced each other that climate change is an existential threat. And, oh, by the way, they also think that, letting hundreds of thousands of people out of jail would have no effect on crime rates, which turns out not to be so true either. So they are going to present the same stories over and over again. They're going to find that, they're dying for a good hurricane. They would love a good hurricane to hit New Orleans or Miami, but they haven't been able to get one in 20 years. So they're stuck writing about, flash floods in St. Louis or whatever. They're going to look for any extreme weather event they can, and they're going to talk about how it's all climate change related. And the ultimate example of this is trying to blame some random heart attack on climate change. It's nonsense. Pretty soon they're going to be blaming fentanyl overdoses on climate change. They just, and it is, you're
It's
right.
so true.
This didn't happen until the last few years because they didn't do this. They didn't work together this way.
Can this ship be turned back around at this point?
I don't know. I mean, you know, there's people like you. There's people on Substack.
Ooh, this looks
but
good.
I mean,
Yeah, but I'm not a good example of this. I'm not chasing stories, and that's not what I do.
No,
I'm just talking to people. So the fact that I can get something that's widely spread, and I can, you know, have this podcast and have conversations with people like you and some other controversial folks that have been telling the truth and have been suppressed. It's great. But, you know, clearly I'm not a journalist.
right, and you do need like these, or you know, when you have war reporters in Ukraine, okay, or you have reporters willing to spend a month chasing a story, really doing high-end news work is expensive and difficult, and it requires editors and requires trained, you know, there's a skill to it, a legit skill to it, and there's only so many organizations that can do it, and how we break them out of their monoculture, I don't know. I mean, so one of the like sad things about this is that there are many stories you could write, for example, about the vaccines that wouldn't necessarily be like all the vaccines are terrible and they're going to kill you all. You could have written about, you know, like whether or not enough old people were included in the clinical trials. Okay, that would have been a legitimate question that once upon a time, the New York Times would have seen. We can write stories questioning the development and pricing, let's say, of the vaccines. We can question whether the United States should be putting tens of billions of dollars in profit into the companies, you know, when this is a public health emergency. And those would have been legitimate questions. But because it became so politicized and polarized and ideological, they fell down even on asking those questions.
You can't even bring up whether or not the vaccine-related injuries are real.
That's right.
They won't even discuss it.
That's right.
It's not. You don't hear legitimate stories about the numbers of people that have suffered strokes and blood clots and all the various ailments, and people that have pacemakers now. They're in their 30s.
That's right. Let me give you, to me, what is a really good example of that. So, you know, there's diabetes, type 1 and type 2, right? So type 1 diabetes used to be called childhood diabetes, and type 2 was adult. And the reason it was called childhood was it's an autoimmune disease, essentially, right? So type 2 diabetes, you just eat and eat and eat, and you overwhelm your pancreas and your insulin. You become, you know, you basically eat so much you destroy your ability to process all that food. But type 1 is different. Type 1 is your pancreas, you know, you stop making enough insulin as a kid. It's an autoimmune disease.
It's my field.
So there are legitimate cases
That's true.
in peer-reviewed journals
Do remote work
of people
for
getting
diabetes,
type 1 diabetes as adults following mRNA vaccination. Okay. Now, to me, that's a giant red flag. Okay.
What are these numbers?
They're not a lot of cases. Okay.
Have problems
it's like,
increased?
4 cases in Japan, 2 cases in Turkey. It's what you would call in epidemiology or medicine a signal event, right? It's a signal that should be followed up on. And by the way, you never see these case reports coming out of the U.S. because U.S. doctors are, I think they've decided it's not in their career interest to write too much about vaccine side effects. So to me, okay, that doesn't mean that 1 million people are going to get type 1 diabetes following the mRNA vaccination. What it means is these are really biologically active compounds that we've given to a lot of people, and we owe it to them to figure out what some of these dangers might be, and we are not doing it.
Do you think that maybe with time, as more of these instances arise and more people come forward about
Oh
their
my god, I got
injuries
mud in my windshield.
all the ailments that they've acquired since being vaccinated, that this will somehow or another bring people back to where they were before, where they were very skeptical about pharmaceutical companies and what they do with their studies and how they disseminate that information?
I don't know. I mean, I think it goes back to the question you asked before, which is how do we get the news media to take this this more seriously.
But they're captured, right? Like here, there's a lot of issues. One of the big ones is the amount of money that gets pumped in.
Wow, my all-wheel drive wasn't even
we
on.
brought it up on the podcast before. But
That makes all the difference.
75% of all television advertising is pharmaceutical companies.
Is it that big?
Yes.
It's a big number, I know.
75%. And they think that in news, it's higher, which is fucking bonkers. I mean, you've seen the clip. Brought to you by Pfizer. Anderson Cooper, brought to you by Pfizer. You can't say something that's going to destroy the profits of those companies when the profits are literally what's funding the organization.
So again, maybe it's because I was on the inside. I do see it more as this cultural issue.
I think it's both. I think the cultural issue with the Donald Trump thing, as you brought it up before, I think that emboldens people and it makes them justified in their actions, that the overall good is more valuable than being completely square with all the data.
Yes. Yeah, right? Like, we're going to cut some corners here, but it's because we want you to get this vaccine.
Right.
It's good
It's
for
going
you.
to save people.
That's right.
But, well, Rachel Maddow famously said, the virus stops with you. You get vaccinated, that's it. The virus can't spread, you can't catch it. It's not
What
true.
a
There's going to be a lot of
fucking
rewriting
mistake
this
that
in the next few
was.
months, Joe.
But they're already doing it. I mean, there was a smash cut of Fauci. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
What he actually had. See if you can find that, Jamie. What he actually claimed he said versus what he actually said.
Yes.
You know,
Oh,
he said he
man.
never said shut anything down. And it's like,
You're such
but
liars,
he's 80
all
or
of them.
whatever he is. Like he's,
Are we giving him a pass because he's 81?
no, but I'm saying maybe his memory sucks.
No, his memory is fine.
I think it's pretty good. I'm giving him a pass.
Somebody referred to it as the Shaggy clip. It wasn't me.
Shag?
Is that a
Yeah,
fucking
you know that
truck?
video?
No.
Yo, you remember that song?
It is a fucking truck.
It wasn't me. He gets caught by his
Oh.
girlfriend.
Oh, boy,
He even
that's
caught me
old
in the
one.
shower. It wasn't
Shit,
me.
I gotta go
That's
hit
vouch.
Shimon.
Well, I think
I got
these
another
guys
free truck.
operated in a day before the internet, and they became accustomed to these sort of patterns of just like repeating a narrative
get to
over and
the-
over again, and then this is the official story, and that's what they
I
did
was
during
going
the
for
HIV
that pump,
crisis.
though.
That's
I
what
wasn't
they're doing
going for
now.
the
It's
truck.
the same thing, but now people will go back and pull up clips and make these little edits.
Yes. Here's why it's not going to work. Here's why. So, and I'm going to give you this right now, and I'm giving it to you for a reason. This is a whiskey, and it's from it's a distillery near where I live in the Hudson Valley of New York. But the reason I'm picking it specifically isn't just that it's delicious whiskey. The guy who runs the place emailed me a few months ago. He said, "I'm on your side. I know it's been a long, 18 months. Can I send you some whiskey?" I said, "Please do." I said, "Send me the strong." He sent me a couple bottles. But that guy, he hasn't forgotten that they tried to make him get vaccinated. I haven't forgotten. You haven't forgotten. There's a lot of pissed off people out there.
Let's play
Oh,
this.
yeah.
Do you regret particularly the last one, the shutdown, the
vindication.
sweeping shutdown, that some said made things worse?
No, I don't, Neil. And in fact, I think we need to make sure that your listeners
Oh, it
understand.
fucking turns on.
I didn't shut down anything. I recommended to the president that we shut the country down.
And the only way to do that is by draconian means of essentially shutting down a country. We know that we can do that if we shut down.
Well, I think one of the things you really need to do, to
Bro,
the
these
extent
clowns.
that you can shut down temporarily the country, I think is important.
Well, if I knew at the time that shutting down would have such a dramatic effect on controlling the spread, obviously we would have shut down earlier. There are those who say you shut down you destructive things by disrupting the economy. And others say, well, if you save so many infections by shutting down, why didn't you shut down 2 weeks earlier?
But I don't regret saying that the only way we could have really stopped the explosion of infection was by essentially, I want to say shutting down. I mean, essentially having the physical separation and the kinds of recommendations that we've made.
You've been a big fan of Cuomo and the shutdown in New York. You've lauded New York for their policy. New York had the highest death rate in the world. How could we possibly be jumping up and down and saying, oh, Governor Cuomo did a great job? He had the worst death rate in the world.
No, you misconstrued that, Senator.
How did he misconstrue that? No explanation.
Yeah. Why is he leaving?
That's
Do
a
you think he's in
terrible.
trouble? Do you think he
Oh,
realizes
he's
that
in
the
shit.
tide is
That's why he's
turning?
leaving.
I think he doesn't want to have to sit for a subpoena.
Of course.
You know,
He
assuming
would only have to do that if he
well, the Democrat,
stayed?
yeah, the Democrat. Well, he doesnst have to do it this year because the Democrats are protecting the Democrats to control Congress. If the Republicans win, you know, I think people still think they'll definitely take the House and possibly the Senate, although that's not as assured as it was a
Slowly
few months
being
ago.
pulled.
But if the Democrats win, they will definitely be targeting him. I'm sorry, if the Republicans win. And you know, he's such a megalomaniac. He is trying to stay as long as he possibly can. So, you know, a couple years ago, he said, oh, maybe I'll stay until the end of the Biden administration. Now he's saying he'll stay until December. So he's going to, you know, he wants to stay until 3 minutes before the Republicans take it.
Will that save him?
I think
Will
it
that
makes it,
save
and
him?
this is, like, I'm not an expert on what, I don't think they can subpoena him.
Oh, I have
or
to
the process
bring
is
that
much
somewhere.
more complicated if he's not a federal employee.
Where do I drop it off?
They have to negotiate and get him to testify. Remember, there's 3 separate issues for Fauci, right?
Gain of function research.
Gain of function research, which he's
I
definitely
gotta bring it to the
on the
paper.
hook.
Yeah, that one's the clearest.
Yeah.
Okay. This came out of a Chinese lab. You know, I'm not even sure too many people will even argue that anymore.
There's still articles. There's
Yes.
still articles, and they're preposterous.
They're preposterous.
There's no there's no animal host.
That's right. They have this mapping data that claims that, because, you know, most of the cases the Chinese reported first were in the vicinity of the market. It must have been the market.
Which
Like,
is also the vicinity of the Wuhan lab.
And by the way, the Chinese knew exactly what they were doing. They were collecting that data. So it's totally compromised data. You can't trust it at all.
Well, we've never trusted their data.
No.
In the past.
No.
Which is so bizarre.
So there's gain of function, right?
Right.
There's the lockdowns, and you know, his pushing. Now he's probably got actually the
Well,
best.
fuck,
defense
I don't
on
think
that,
I could get this
right?
thing
Because
out.
That's about, you know, we didn't know exactly what was happening, and I didn't make the decision. I just made my best recommendation. It was these governors who did it, and we all agreed. It's okay, but nonetheless, he could get some heat for that. And then the third issue is the vaccines, right? And that one's interesting because NIH,
I'll come back
National
and get
Institutes
it
of
later.
Health, they were basically a direct partner with Moderna not on the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine, but there are 2 mRNA vaccines, and you know, the federal government, you know, was basically a more than a handshake partner, a partner of Moderna on that vaccine. And so there's gonna, assuming we ever start asking real questions about what the data shows about the vaccine, he might be on the hook for that too.
How much of an impediment is this agreement that they had where they're not allowed to be held liable?
It's a huge impediment. So it's a huge impediment for a few reasons. Now, as you know, as my lawsuit with Twitter shows, if you sue, the civil litigation process is very powerful. It's not as powerful as a subpoena, you know, from a prosecutor. Still very powerful. You get these companies to hand over documents so you can see what they were thinking. And you know, for the most part, it's actually kind of hard to believe, but the companies do comply with this. They will, whether it's because their lawyers make them, or whether it's because they don't really know what
it's
they're giving
because
you,
the
or
law.
whether it's because they actually believe in, you know, the American justice system.
Yeah, it's because the
Least
law
likely.
says so.
They give you the documents. You can actually
Duh.
see them. No litigation or immunity means no liability, means there's no way to get the documents, and B, the really good trial lawyers aren't interested because there's no money for them. It also means Wall Street doesn't care. Because Wall Street, from their point of view, if there's no liability issue, it's not going to hurt the company's stock. So they don't care either. So 2 very powerful forces that could help kind of keep the companies on a straight path are gone.
It was so strange to me to watch people blindly believe the pharmaceutical companies, given their history. Given the history that they have of being fined
Seriously.
insane amounts, causing tens of thousands of deaths that could have been prevented, causing the opioid crisis. all the things that we know that they lied about, hid data, distorted data, and yet still people were getting Pfizer tattoos. It was a strange thing to watch, this sort of, what does Robert Malone call it? Mass formation psychosis.
Yeah.
And people are like, that's not a thing. But what about, forget what he called it. That thing is clearly real and happening. We saw people
Kick the bear.
that just put all of their
That's an interesting
all of their suspicions, all of their misgivings aside from the past, and now blindly trust the same organizations that they had widely disparaged just a few months before that.
Yes. Look, I mean, you can call it lots of things. We've all, look, I play poker, okay? And I think of myself as a pretty good poker player. But a few days ago, I was at the casino. It's about an hour from our house. And I was not having a good night. And I was in a hand, and somebody made a bet, and I was like, I'm so beaten here. Like, I'm just beaten. And I called. And then that was the turn card, the fourth card. The river card came. The guy made another big bet, and I called again. Okay. And I didn't have I was destroyed. Okay. People make bad decisions. They double down. They fall in love with a hand or with a product, and they can't rethink it. And Tucker would say it's a lack of faith, right? It's a secular. It's the crisis of, we don't believe in God anymore. We're all terribly scared of our own mortality. We're looking for some product that will save us.
Yeah.
I think that's part of it. I don't know if that's all of it. I think it's part of it. Certainly the vaccines became an object of secular veneration on the left. I mean, and this, I'm going to give you my other present for you now. This is Pandemia, the book. And there's an inscription for you in there. But I brought, so the second copy, anybody who wants in the office can have. But
His truck is slow, but it's really good.
Here's a couple of the things that people were saying about the vaccine. This is Lindsey Graham. Thank God for nurses who help people in need and know how to use a needle. Thank God for those who produce these vaccines. If enough of us take it, we will get back to normal lives. Help is on the way. And then here's a guy named Robbie Suave, I think that's how you pronounce his last name, who's a libertarian, okay? People who say, well, the vaccine doesn't actually prevent infection are wrong. The vaccine almost certainly prevents infection. It is akin to a cure. If you got it, you don't have to wear a mask. You will neither contract nor spread the disease.
They believed that.
Slow as fuck, but it goes
It's not
through
like
mud
there was
really
just
good.
a giant group of people that were lying. They did believe it. And then when they looked at the Israeli data, particularly the early data, they thought they were right. So this was caused this all in the beginning.
Yes.
And in the beginning, it did seem to offer protection. It did seem to help people.
But what I'm saying is people were primed to believe. One more. Okay. This is from somebody on the left. Who, this is a woman named Molly Jong Fast, who was like the voice of the terrified Brooklyn left out. Okay, this is what these people thought of the vaccine. Yes, the vaccine is coming, I told myself as I spent my first Thanksgiving without any of my 70-something parents in the hope of keeping them safe. Yes, the vaccine is coming, I told myself as I look ahead to what will be an even lonelier Christmas. Yes, the vaccine is coming, I tell my father who hasn't seen his grandchildren in months. Yes, the vaccine is coming, I silently mouth as I look into my children's bedrooms as they stare into the blue lights of their computer screens, deprived of school, friends, family, and what used to be called normal life. Now, that wasn't my 2020, okay? And I suspect it wasn't yours either. But for these people who had terrified themselves about COVID, who had told themselves that, COVID really was the Black Plague, they needed to believe in something. And they believed in the vaccine. And let me tell you, even now, it is hard for them to accept the truth.
Yeah.
It is hard. I mean, I have friends that were against my perspective initially, and they thought that I was being
irresponsible,
ignorant and foolish, that I was believing conspiracy theories, and now they're like, fuck, how did I buy in? The same people. Some of them are vaccinated. Some of them have real problems now because of the vaccine. And I know a lot of people that got vaccinated had zero issues. That's none. And I know a lot of people that got vaccinated that never got COVID. and and they're okay, they're fine, and I think that's most people. And if you looked at the overall positive net benefit of the vaccine, I think it saved lives.
I will give you the best bull case for the vaccine.
Fuck.
So last year, Delta was clearly a worse variant than Omicron. For a period of months, in the spring, probably into the summer of 2020, the vaccines probably reduced the infection rate substantially. That's what they do for a period, a few months. They really do. And then I think the booster in the fall probably helps some, not as much, because there's definitely, your first hit is your best hit. There's definitely a limited sort of benefit from boosting.
Fucking logs,
But let's
bro.
say that last year, in 2021, there was a substantial decrease in the number of Delta infections. Now, all those people wound up getting Omicron this year. But Omicron is not as dangerous. And we have Paxlovid. So even just by delaying a few months, you can argue that the lives of some 70 and 80-year-olds were saved. Okay, some of those people who got infected this year and were fine might have gotten Delta last year and died.
Particularly older folks.
Particularly older folks. And I think there's a legit case to be made about that. I've actually been meaning to write a Substack about that because I think it's important that people understand that. But that doesn't mean that this benefited anybody under 50 or 60. Okay? And unfortunately, certainly with the myocarditis, which is, this heart infection you can get that can actually be quite dangerous and in some cases deadly to younger people, especially men, the risk is the other way. The younger you are, the worse the risk seems to be. So here's what we should have done. First of all, we should have tested vaccines. And we should have made sure that we tested them on old people who are the most at risk. We didn't do either of those things. But okay, they wanted to get this out very quickly in the winter of January 2021. Fine. They should have said, okay, we think we have something good here.
Bro, didn't we have this conversation, Christian, where I was trying to fucking tell you that this was all fucking bullshit?
And because the technology is so novel,
like how many times?
We're going to limit its use to people who are really at risk. We know who those people are. Over 70, maybe if you're under 70 and you really severe comorbidities, go get your vaccine. Can't hurt you.
You get a fucking grip, Mrs. Green.
We're going to see. And probably if they had done that, they could have had whatever benefits they did have last year without any of the problems that seem to be getting worse. And again, this is why we have to talk about all-cause deaths, okay? Because that is those numbers shouldn't be where they are right now.
Now, these people that were convinced early on that the vaccine was the savior, and that, these people would have resisted that narrative, that you were going to vaccinate the older folks and the other people are going to wait.
Yes.
They didn't want to.
No, they were desperate to get vaccinated.
But there was also this narrative that kept being promoted, safe and effective.
Yep.
Those were the two words that they used, and it was so prevalent. It was everywhere.
Oh.
And if you
you
resisted
have to
that,
hold the
somehow or another, you were an enemy of the future. You're
an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah, you're an anti-vaxxer, which is that pejorative that they used over and over again. It's like that,
yeah, you did.
It didn't matter if you had every other vaccine there was. If you didn't believe in this one thing that you stated, and I think accurately so, that you should think of more of as a therapeutic. It's a gene therapy, correct?
We can argue about that. But what I meant by therapeutic was it had a limited window of working. It worked for 3-4 months.
Well, there were certainly people that were resisting the idea that it was a leaky vaccine, which was crazy because there was already indications that people were. And remember, in the early days, it was breakthrough.
Oh, that's fucking cool.
Are very
Look at
rare,
this.
Right?
It was breakthrough infections.
Yeah.
These were these aberrations, these rare outlier cases, and they're not to be taken into consideration.
There you go.
And now all of a sudden, it's just the norm.
And then,
It's just, and they've changed the goalposts in this weird way where everybody just didn't want to admit that they were wrong. Everybody didn't want to admit they got duped. So they started saying it too. Well, we've always known.
Yep. Total lie. Total lie. And by the way, I will argue this, and this gets complicated epidemiologically. I don't think the vaccines work very well. Once they stop working against infection, remember they have this period when they do work against infection. I think that once they stop working against infection, the protection they offer against serious disease and death is actually pretty limited too. And I think that's really true for Omicron.
Well, the
but it gets
CDC
complicated.
They didn't want to release the data on boosters for people 18 to 49
That's
because
right.
they said it would increase vaccine hesitancy.
That's right.
What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, if telling the truth indicates that you're going to have a problem with vaccine hesitancy, the problem is the vaccine.
Right. The problem is never the truth.
That's right.
That's bonkers.
That's right.
It's a very bizarre time to be going through this because there was such a social push and so many people were upset. And I've seen so many of those people come around now when they've had friends that have had strokes or they've had their own personal issues with it. And then they've also got it.
That's
and they
not
got
what I
COVID.
wanted to do.
I had a very good friend of mine who was all about the vaccine. And then he got COVID recently. And I'm the first fucking person he called. And I sent a nurse to him and I had him taken care of. We got him monoclonal antibodies. That was another thing that was very bizarre, was the not just limited distribution, but preventing people from getting monoclonal antibodies.
Yes. Yeah. Well, the Biden administration was playing a game with Ron DeSantis. They were trying to get, DeSantis
Come on,
has been
get
the
this
smartest
damn truck
politician
on here.
about all of this from the beginning, and he knew that the antibodies were a good idea, and he tried to get a lot of them for people in Florida, and the Biden administration tried to stand in his way. Not a great moment for the Biden administration.
Well, they were also trying to. They were trying to limit the distribution of them, saying that it was based on the earlier strains. Meanwhile, they were trying to increase the distribution of the vaccine, which was also based on the earliest strains.
Yes, absolutely correct. Yes.
It's just how the fuck did we get here? It's so disconcerting, and it just makes you distrust the very foundation of truth that we supposedly operate on.
So I wrote a Substack a few days ago where I said we need a name for this phenomenon of I used to be somebody, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I used to think, hey,
dude, this is hard.
The government says this is a safe drug or safe medicine, I'm going to take it if my doctor tells me to. I believe in the system broadly. I know it's not perfect, but I believe in it. And a lot of people, including me, now don't believe in the system broadly, right? And there needs to be a name for that. It's the way I described it is it's you're on the plane's taking off, and you suddenly realize that the guy, the cockpit, the captain, the voice you heard coming out of the cockpit, is the voice of somebody who you saw doing some shots the night before in the bar, and it's like, oh man. Maybe I'm not as safe as I thought it was. Not that he's drunk right now, but maybe I'm not as safe as I thought it was.
Right.
It's that.
Yeah, it's that. It's the knowledge that the system is run by humans, and humans that have a very clear interest in pushing a very specific narrative. And they pushed it early on. One of the things you'll find about people in the media that's really bizarre, they have a complete, total unwillingness to admit any incorrect information. They won't admit that they've made mistakes. They won't admit that they were incorrect. They won't admit that they were misled or confused or just flat out wrong. Because if they do, it opens them up to liabilities. It opens them up to not being trusted. It opens them up to saying, well, if you're the expert and you were wrong, well, you're not an expert.
Don't we all have that? Isn't that human nature to not want to admit you're wrong? I mean, I'm guilty of it too.
I don't know, man. I'm a big proponent of admitting you're wrong. I think it's very important. I think it doesn't mean that if you are wrong and you don't admit you're wrong, now you're wrong again. Now you're wrong more. And I know it. If you are wrong and you admit you're wrong, I just know you're a human. And if you say, I'm sorry, I thought this is what I thought, this is why I thought it, it turns out to not be correct.
This is one reason cancel culture is such. Actually, you did admit you were wrong back in January. But you were big enough. I mean, not just big enough, but like big enough and important enough culturally, they couldn't cancel you. They were trying to cancel you. And your apology meant nothing to them.
Well, it's not about whether or not someone's wrong or right. It's about someone being inconvenient and someone being a problem. And the fact that my platform is not controlled by any corporation. So I can have a guy like Robert Malone on, he owns the patent for nine patents in the invention of mRNA.
This is a
technology.
lot
He's
harder
a
than
guy
I
who fucking
thought
knows
it
what he's
would
talking
be.
about.
Oh yeah, he knows what he's talking.
And they tried to make him out to be a kook. I mean, this is a guy with a rock solid reputation outside of that. I mean,
But back to you, right? Like, I don't remember the exact words that you used, but you admitted you'd made a mistake. You used the word that, was not a good word. And unfortunately, it didn't satisfy the people criticizing it. That's part of the problem.
yeah,
right?
but you're always going to have people who hate you. They're always going to be there, and they're not going to want to forgive you. That's just them. That's on them. Now, if I don't like someone, but someone comes out and says they made a mistake, I admire that because I think that's an admirable human quality. The ability to swallow your pride and also the ability to
Come
want to
on.
be forthcoming with truth.
Get up
and
there.
just say, this is where I am, this is who I am, this is what I did. I shouldn't have done that, and I recognize that. And if I hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. Or
Please
if I
don't
misled you, I'm
fall.
sorry. If I gave you information that made you act in a certain way
Well, fuck
or
yeah,
go
man.
and make a certain choice because you thought that I was informed and I was correct, I feel like you have an obligation if you're someone whose your job is to distribute the truth. It's what you're doing. If you're a journalist, if that's what you're doing, if you're a pundit, if you're someone on television and you're speaking from a position where you supposedly have some sort of authority, or at least some sort of like reasonable research basis to say.
I got
these things.
it.
You should come out and say it.
I mean, look, I basically agree. Look. I just said a few minutes ago, I think there's a case to be made the vaccine saved lives.
I
last
think there's a
year.
case to be made too.
Yeah.
But see, I'm not a black and white person. I'm not a 1 or 0. I'm not binary on these things. I think
can't
it's a very messy
add the
situation.
cargo
And
or
I think
attach the cargo?
part of the problem is that we were so indoctrinated with this
Okay, I think we're
propaganda.
good.
It was so shoved down everyone's throats that people were very reluctantly to abandon their earliest notions. And a lot of their earliest notions were based in anger on people who weren't doing the right thing, who weren't
Or
spreading
doing
the
what
right
they're
thing.
told.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Doing what they're told. But they thought that doing what they were told was doing the right thing. And I think there's a lot of people that did it with noble intentions. I really do believe that.
So
I can't
here's what
move.
I would. Now we're actually pull back again, right? Here's what I would.
Oh, I'm in neutral.
Even if the vaccines worked, even if they make it perfect, the way people like me
that makes more sense.
Yes.
it's wrong. Okay, the fact they didn't work is just the icing on the cake.
Right.
Oh,
But when Joe Biden
shit.
says a pandemic of the unvaccinated, if you're not vaccinated, you're going to be sick or dying. You're going to fill our hospitals. It was demonizing a lot of people for a personal medical decision.
Yeah.
It's wrong. Not allowing Novak Djokovic to play in the U.S. Open. He's not
Bro,
vaccinated.
why did I
That's
do
now.
that?
That's now.
Right now they're doing
Yeah.
that, which is fucking insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's
I mean,
insane.
he's one of the healthiest human beings alive on Earth.
And he's had COVID twice. Leave him alone. Let him play tennis.
That's what's even crazier. He has the antibodies. His
Yeah.
body's recovered.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a big deal for him either.
No.
Well, of course, because he's a fucking super athlete. I mean, it's really crazy that we want everyone held to the same standards, but we're still not telling people to lose weight. I mean, if the government cared about you, they would say, hey, one of the things we found out is 78% of the people who are admitted to the ICU with COVID are obese.
Yeah.
And that's a giant problem with the immune
That's
system.
one
and we have
thing
to
that a
fix
lot of
collectively
people
as a country.
don't want to admit.
And here's what we need to do. We need to avoid all these things.
A lot of people
that,
don't want to admit
are
that.
terrible for you and the things that people are addicted
I've lost friends for that exact
They're doing it with
conversation.
monkeypox, Joe.
to. They're trying.
It's
The
true.
data came out and everybody's like, hey, hold the fuck on.
Yeah.
First of all, no one's dead. No one. Second of all, it's
all-
98% unprotected gay sex.
That's right.
And the other 2% are lies.
Ah, it's an STD for fuck's sake.
It's just a joke.
That's
I got it,
ridiculous.
and maybe you can get it.
The other two-
It's not a lot of people.
It's
and
not
and
a
it's
lot of
it's it's an unfortunate disease that people are getting for getting reckless.
And look, listen, it's a free country, okay?
Get reckless if you want to.
That's right.
Yeah.
But let's be honest with these folks about, they're the ones
There,
at
it's
risk.
facts.
And by the way, this is what happened with HIV the first few years too. They
Yeah.
wouldn't tell the truth about that, and then eventually the gay community said, "Look, we're the ones who are dying here. We have to be honest with each other, and we want the government to be honest too." And hopefully that will happen with monkeypox. But the idea that the public health establishment, their first inclination is to lie and to not tell you who's really at risk, I don't understand.
Well, the conversation that I had with one of my friends who's a doctor, and it was a very quiet conversation where he was like,
Very quiet.
I can't tell people what I really think about these things.
Wow.
I cannot. I can't say it. I can't
That's
talk
scary,
about the
bro.
people that I've treated that have had real issues after being vaccinated. I can't. You know, I can tell you that I know a lot of people who got COVID who really got fucked up by it, really bad. But I can't tell you that most of them are fat and old. I can't say that. I can't say you, a guy who works out 6 days a week, you're probably going to be okay.
Yeah.
You, a guy who regularly takes vitamins, has all sorts of things you do for your health, you are supposed to be treated the same way as that fat old guy, which is bonkers. And one of the things that drove me nuts
love how
about
he-
when they were
how
so
he
mad at me about
talks. It's
COVID,
just so
forget about the
blunt.
fact that CNN literally used a filter on my face to make me look jaundiced, which is
Is
so...
that true?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, they literally we've showed side-by-side clips of the original video that I posted on Instagram, which is just me standing in front of my sauna with my iPhone going, I feel pretty good, you know, and then they took that and put it through a filter that made me look yellow. Have you seen it?
I remember that.
Because it's so
Yo, what up,
strange.
Patrick?
But all those people are gone now, which is hilarious. All those
Brian
CNN
6
Stelter.
times a week.
yeah, they're all on the
Bradley
chopping
Todd.
block. Don Lemon's on the chopping block. Jim Costa. They're all on the way out, which is hilarious.
Look,
That's totally something Joe Rogan would
But they
say.
should be because they suck at their job. It's not. It has nothing to
Yeah.
do with what they did to me.
I mean,
But look at this. That's the picture on the
oh my
bottom.
God.
That's the real
you
me.
look like the Hulk.
Yeah, it's crazy. They wanted to make me look like dog shit. They wanted to make me look like I've been smoking.
Oh, I remember that.
Yes.
Horse to
Praise his
wormer.
horse to worm. Meanwhile, I didn't praise it. This is what I did. I listed the things that I took, and I said I'm way better.
Right.
In 3 days. In 5 days, I was negative. No one cared about that. 6 days later, I did 10 rounds in the bag. I didn't get that sick.
No,
And I wasn't vaccinated, and I was 54.
you didn't get sick because you're in good shape.
Yes. But this is the thing that they don't want you to say. They wanted it to be, this is something that everyone has to do, and if you don't do it, you're not doing the right thing.
No, listen, there's data, and this is one
It's
of the
either bands I like or
stories
super
like,
smart
I need
qualified
to
people.
pursue.
Yeah.
There's this whole
I really like his
behavioral
episodes with
psychology.
comedians though, because some of the shit that they say, holy
Governments
fuck,
and
it's
private
funny.
groups or NGOs
So
funded.
fucking funny.
And really, you know, it started a few years ago, but it really took off with COVID. This idea of how do we nudge and persuade people?
The Black
how do we get
Keys,
healthy
yeah.
people to stay home?
Yeah, I've
because
probably seen that
they're
episode.
not really at risk, and some of them are
I listen
aware of
to
that.
Joe
So
often.
Is the best way to try to scare them? Is the best way social pressure? Is the best way to shut stuff down so they just can't go anywhere? You know, how do we get people without actually doing sort of Chinese style? We're just going to take your rights away. How do we get people to serve the rights? And the email, and I don't think I've said this to you, but the email that I got.
A
just
loose
couple
cannon, bro.
months ago that
You didn't
stuck
hold
with
back.
me. Any of them. Obviously, a lot of people contacted me in the last couple of years. This guy said, I thought love and hate were the two most powerful emotions, but it turns out I was wrong. It turns out the most powerful emotion is fear.
Fear.
And
What
it's
if I
true.
just
If
stopped
you
playing
can
right in the
scare
middle
people,
of
you
the
can do
show?
whatever you want.
Yeah, hate dissipates. Fear lingers.
Yeah.
And especially during a pandemic.
Yeah.
All right.
And it just, there's a certain level of
Local
anxiety that many people in this
entertainment.
country already had. And they had a hard time with just regular,
Multiple
everyday
barrels
life
hidden
before the
somewhere,
pandemic.
blah,
And then the
blah,
pandemic
blah.
came along, and that shit got ramped up to 11. And we got to see a lot of very frail,
How the
psychologically
fuck do I
frail
get
people
those?
completely fall apart. And you saw them on Twitter calling people that were unvaccinated, they called them plague rats. I mean, it's just
Plague
wild. And
rats.
this othering
Wow.
of other people. The same people that when Roe v. Wade was overturned,
Blade,
they're my body,
that's
my choice.
terrible.
But-
The same people.
And which, by the way, I think you and I mean, we talked about that briefly the last time I was on. I mean, I think we both agree about that. That,
Yes.
that people, you know, that are banning abortion's a mistake.
Yes.
You know, that
Clearly.
you're not going to get women not to have abortions. You're just going to make
You're gonna
them
make it more
miserable.
dangerous.
Yep.
You can make it horrible. It's a
Yeah.
horrible health choice.
Yep.
It's stupid.
And
They
you know,
shouldn't
there's
meddle with people's
conversations to be
decisions.
had, particularly about late-term abortion.
Yes.
And there's certainly some conversations to be had about cases of rape and certainly underage people. It's like the
no
idea
shit.
that you're going to flat out ban that from those people is it's
But
horrifying.
Yes, and you know, look, I think as in a lot of things, the Europeans have found sort of this, you know, it's 15 weeks or whatever. There's reasonable
Yes.
ways you can do this. But I think I mean, I'm consistent. I didn't want to force people to be vaccinated, and I don't want to force people to have an abortion or not to have an abortion. And I hate abortion. Okay, anybody who has kids knows that. Anybody who's seen the sonogram or whatever, abortion is murder. It's the murder of a living child. Okay, doesn't mean you can ban it. I wrote something about this a few months ago, the day after that decision got leaked. Just because it's horrible doesn't mean you can ban it. And all I ask, I guess, of myself is to try to be consistent ideologically. And if I don't believe that I should have vaccinated, that I should have to be vaccinated.
Well,
or
people
that
should
I
have the
you
right
need
to
be
have their own
vaccinated because I want to
decisions,
be,
but
then it's the same thing with abortion.
I
It's a
mean,
personal
there also
decision,
needs
even
to
if
be
I
a
think it's
line.
right.
You know what I mean?
I guess the one thing people would
I'm
argue
not
is
really in
that
favor
I'm
of
not
women
consistent
getting
with drugs, that I'm anti-drugs.
aborted when
No,
they're
I
just
don't think
about
you
to
are.
give birth.
And,
like,
you
for
and
example,
I had this conversation with Dr.
You know,
Mike
it
Hart
really
from
depends
Canada,
on how
and I
far
brought you on
along they
here
are and
because
shit.
even though I am a proponent of cannabis, I'm a regular user of cannabis. I think you're correct, and I that is in many ways in opposition to my desire to have it legalized. I think it should be legalized because I think people should have the choice and the decision. But for me, it's not that problem. Right. For some people, it clearly causes schizophrenic breaks. It's doing something. At the very least, there's a correlation between cannabis use and I think edibles in general, or in particular, rather. I think there's a connection.
Yeah, exactly.
I personally witnessed it. I've seen it. I know people that went over and didn't come back.
I remember we talked about this. It's funny, like I now feel like we have had a conversation that's gone on for years about various topics.
We have.
My problem with cannabis use and with certain drug use in general, this cocaine, is that these drugs have risks that most people use, like underestimate until it's too late. And there's people who can use, like you clearly can use drugs and use them your whole life and not have a problem. But there's people who are going to have problems. We don't really know who these people are, and they can do a lot of damage not just to themselves, but to their families.
They can destroy families. And this is the case with alcohol. We both just had a drink.
Yep, that's true,
It's
too.
the case with many, many, many things that people regularly consume. But human beings are not identical. We're not bio-identical. The things that affect you might not affect Jamie. It's just the way it is with being a human being. And to deny that nuance, I think, is ridiculous. And for me, as a person who uses cannabis, there were so many people that were upset at me that were cannabis users. They were like,
Just for having me on, huh?
Yeah, well, not just for having you on, but agreeing with you. And they were like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm telling the fucking truth. This is a part of it. And it didn't stop me from smoking pot.
That's right.
Because it doesn't do that to me.
Right.
But it doesn't stop me from eating peanuts either. I'm not allergic to them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we need reality and we need data and we need all of the truth laid out in front of us so that we can make informed decisions. You can't make informed decisions if the truth is hidden. You can't make it if these inconvenient truths bother some people and they would rather you deny reality and remove facts from the conversation. That's not the way to do things.
Yep.
Well, that's why I admired the way you handled that, and that's why I admired the way you handled COVID, because I know the pressure that was on you was substantial.
The shittiest thing that's happened to me, and I would actually guess this hasn't happened, is that I've lost a lot of friends. Now, I didn't have that many.
Me too.
And I'm not like that social.
I lost a lot of friends.
And some of my best friends are not my friends because of it.
It's because you live in New York. If you lived in Texas, you'd have the same friends.
I guess so. I guess.
This place is different, man.
It is shitty to realize that there are people who, you know, who will let their political views or their feelings about, I mean, and I feel strongly. First of all, I feel strongly as right about the lockdown and right about the vaccines. I also feel strongly that even if I'd been wrong, it's my right as an American to be wrong and to be publicly wrong. And I feel like taking people's rights to, you know, whether it's to go outside and play in a playground or the choice to be vaccinated or not, that is just as wrong as can be. Even if it works, it's wrong, okay? Unless, I mean, if you're dealing with something that's going to kill, you know, 98% of the world or whatever.
Yeah,
by the way, then you wouldn't
gonna
have
go
to
in the
have any
wrong way.
rules. People would stay inside, you know, until the end of time. But it was striking and upsetting to me that people who I'd known for years would say to me basically, screw you, I don't like the way you think, I don't like the way you've been talking about this, and I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I mean, that's your right, but God, like, what does it say about what our relationship is?
It's not a good relationship, and you're better off without those people. You got off light. You don't want those people in your life. They're weak. It's not. There's a lot of people that sit. Look, there was a lot of people that were very pro-vaccine, that were very anti what I was doing, that I still am friends with. You can, and my God, so many of them turned around. My God, I mean, the numbers are crazy. The numbers of people that have emailed me or texted
So
me
people
or called
come,
me.
they say to you, hey, you know, you were right about that.
Yeah, comics in particular. Comics that, you know, really thought that this was their way back to touring.
Huh.
You know, and they would text me, hey man, you know, I think what you're doing is bad for us because, you know, we need to tour and this and that. And I'm like, dude, if you get vaccinated, if this really works, you shouldn't care about me because I can't give it to you.
That's right.
What are you talking about?
That's right.
So I have to do it so it protects you. I have to wear a condom so your wife doesn't get pregnant when you have sex with her. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
What you're saying is nonsense. But it's a narrative. And it's a narrative that was based on
You have
fear.
to wear a
And
condom
I
to
understand
have
their perspective. Look, I came within a moment of getting the vaccine.
Huh.
The only reason why I didn't get the vaccine was because I would have had to go.
That's a great analogy.
The UFC allocated a certain amount of vaccines for their employees. I showed up on the day of the fight, and I was going to get vaccinated right before I called the fight. I didn't think it was a big deal. I'm like, maybe I'll be tired. I don't give a shit. So I showed up and I said, hey, can I get the vaccine? And they said, yeah, let me work this out. We'll call you right back. And then they said, because I called Dana White and I said, hey, how many you got? Well, we got them for everybody. We got one for you. I go, great, let's do it. And so then they said I had to go to the clinic, and I said, well, I can't now because it's Saturday. They said, can you come back on Monday? And I said, I'm back home on Monday. I said, but I'll be back in 2 weeks. We'll do it then. I said, good. So I was like, okay, good. In 2 weeks. Within that time period, 2 people I know had strokes.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Was this was spring of last year? Or
This was full-on pandemic. Right when the vaccines started getting distributed to regular people, it was old people at first.
Must
so
have been February, March.
somewhere around then. And it was a weird moment where I was like, whoa. And then a couple of people that I knew that
So
were
these were folks who'd gotten vaccinated and
Yes.
then almost immediately had stroke.
within 10, 15 days. Yeah. Now, I didn't know if that was the
Strokes within
case,
10,
but
15
one of them was a
days.
fit guy who was in his 50s, and the other one was in his 40s. It was weird, and it got me like, whoa. And then it brought me back to all of my thoughts that I'd always had about pharmaceutical companies and studies. And what I understand from talking to people, from talking to researchers, when they would describe
Wow, I'm full of shit.
how
I
they were
put
allowed
that
to
there.
throw out studies that didn't fit their narrative, and that they would do 10 studies, and then they'd have 2 bias studies that showed, 100% effective because, 2 people got it in the control, but 4 people got it in the COVID. So that means, it was weird it was weird monkeying of data, the opposite. 2 people got it.
Yep.
But the weird monkeying of data that they're allowed to do, it's not like transparent. Then I talked to John Abramson, and John Abramson told me that this is where it got really strange. Like, John Abramson was explaining how these studies work, and he was explaining how they're funded, and you just realize all the shenanigans that take place in these things, and how they're allowed to manipulate data. And also that the scientists that are doing peer-reviewed research on the data, they don't get access to the raw data. They get access to the data from the review by the pharmaceutical companies.
Fuck.
Which is just fucking crazy. You're trusting the people that make the product to give you the data instead of the scientists having access to all the data and then being able to make their own informed decisions.
So there's a, and I don't like talking about stuff when I have not read it myself, when I haven't sort of reviewed it and stuff. But there's one of the
Am I going
people
forwards?
in the Pfizer trial. There's a
Welcome back,
case
Jasper.
where I believe she had a heart attack and died. And it was a few days. I would love if we could
I think
pull
I'm
it up, but I
slowly
can't
moving.
try to find it. She had a heart attack a few days after.
Somebody got naked.
No, this is somebody else.
Oh, the different.
She had a heart attack and died after the second shot.
Naked.
And the reviewers said, I think they said, she had maybe she had cardiac disease before. We're classifying this as not related. So the way that works is when the FDA then publishes the report on the their sort of review of the vaccine, and when the pharmaceutical company, when Pfizer writes about it, when their researchers write about it for the New England Journal of Medicine, they say there were X deaths in the trial. None were related to the vaccine. Okay, and only because there was this FOIA request of the FDA, a Freedom of Information Act request of the FDA, that forced the FDA to disclose lots of documents, including these documents that showed the underlying cases of the people who had died, do we know that, okay, the reviewer said this wasn't related to the vaccine, but in fact, it was really just a few days after that second dose was given. So people can, now, do I have her autopsy report? No. I don't even know if an autopsy was done. I don't know more than what they said. But the reason I mention this to you is this is an example of how you make data, how you make problematic data go away. Your researcher, for whatever reason, says, I don't think this was related to the vaccine. It didn't happen 5 minutes after, and this woman did have heart disease, and sometimes people who have heart disease have heart attacks and die. I classify this as unrelated. By the time it gets to the public through the FDA, all you hear is there were no deaths related to the vaccine. And technically, nobody's lying, because that's what the reviewer said. We just don't know, and wouldn't have known if not for this Freedom of Information Act request, that maybe it's more complicated than that. And maybe,
of course it is.
Maybe there was somebody who, well, we know there was somebody who had a heart attack and died post-vaccine, and it was pretty close, but the company just decided to say, no, it wasn't.
What's the data when it comes to the VAERS report? How much of it is published versus how much of it is reported versus how much of it is actually taking place?
So it's a great question. We don't know the answer to that. There's clearly underreporting of specific events, and I suspect at this point with COVID, first of all, almost no COVID vaccines are being given.
Can I stop you there?
Yes.
Is it possible that it's overreported?
No, it is not possible it's overreported. It's possible that, here's what the vaccine advocates would tell you. They would say there was a lot of public attention given to this particular vaccine. Okay, right. And as a result, people who had side effects were more likely to report them than if I had got the flu vaccine and maybe 3 days later I had a headache, I wouldn't report them. So that would mean less underreporting.
Right.
But it wouldn't mean overreporting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So no. Here's the other thing I would say, and here's an interesting situation. So I actually wrote about this a few days ago. There's a woman in Miami, 64 years old, got the vaccine, got a second dose in the last 8 months. In May, she was in her car and she had terrible pain. She basically just forgot where she was. Okay. You can imagine you're driving, all of a sudden you're like, it's like you're having, an amnesia.
Oh shit.
Over the next few days, her symptoms worsened. She started having headaches. She goes to the hospital. They don't know what's wrong. By mid-June, it's less than a month later, it's 2 months after the vaccine, she's hospitalized. She has something called CJD, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Terrible. It's a brain disease. It's invariably fatal. What's that? Prion. Exactly. She dies. She dies in July of 2020. her doctors actually wrote up
Over
this
juice
report because it was
technology?
so
What
striking
the
that
fuck
it was
is
so
juice
closely
technology?
related to the timing of the vaccine. And this was published on HCA, which is Hospital Corporation of America, the biggest for-profit hospital chain in the world. They have an academic website. They put up stuff from their researchers, and then they actually pulled the report.
Okay.
They claim they're going to repost it.
I mean,
they
how
said they pulled it because
they're
too many
suing each
people-
other for doing the same thing?
Yeah, we don't want that.
Yeah, we don't want people to know about our research. So, okay, here's the thing. It is possible, Joe, and I would actually say
I
it's
mean,
likely that this is
You're
a
allowed to
coincidence.
talk about it now,
Okay.
apparently.
People, CJD is very rare. About three, actually.
You're
last
allowed
year,
to
the
talk
numbers were
about it.
up,
It's
so
not
about
against
4 or
the
5 million
fucking
people in the United States again.
rules
There's 350
anymore.
million people in the United States, 330 million. That's 1 per million, maybe a bit more. But we
Things are
vaccinated
changing.
everybody, you know. So some people are going to wind up getting CJD or being diagnosed with
They
it.
would have had it anyway.
That's right, a few days after the vaccine, and it's just coincidence. Okay, I don't know, and at this point, no one can prove that there's a
Oh
relationship.
no.
And here's the thing about VAERS.
Oh,
You can
no.
make that argument about practically any case.
Oh
in
no, I'm
VAERS.
really stuck.
Even if it's 5 minutes after, you could say, well, this person, you know, they were going to have a heart attack anyway. Now,
Shit.
at some point,
Shit.
if enough doctors, who are sort of medical experts in a field, write enough case reports, and there's enough of an outlier with the myocarditis.
It's
Okay,
just this
myocarditis
one
in
left.
young people is rare, and there were so many extra cases following vaccination that even the CDC and the FDA
Come on.
and Michelle Walensky and all the vaccine fanatics, they couldn't argue about it anymore. They had to admit that this was a
Oh
problem.
yeah,
that
I'm
this was
stuck
happening.
good. Like,
But for something like strokes, especially, the more
Which
common
the
the illness
fucking-
is, even if there's a big increase, any one case, it's going to be hard to argue. And the increase has to be really big before it stands out. So what if you had, Peter Hotez or some, vaccine advocate on, he would be saying to you, well, Joe, I'm really sorry your friends had strokes, but we can't know that that's related to a vaccine. And Berenson, that Berenson character pointing at the VAERS data, he was just putting out things to try to discourage people from getting vaccinated, and that's wrong.
It's
fuck, man.
it's so weird to hear you say these things because it sounds so logical, but it's more acceptable now for some strange reason. Like it seems like the tide is turning, and then the numbers of people that are upset about the fact that they had been misled and the fact that the data was somewhat, absolutely filtered. It's such a confusing
Come
time because
on.
I don't remember a time where there was this much pushback.
Oh, fuck you.
against data.
It's that
this
rock.
Much pushback
That
against
rock is
analyzing
preventing me from
something
backing
that could be
up.
a significant factor in the rest of people's
Fuck
lives.
that rock. Hashtag fuck rocks.
Yes, I agree. I mean, again, I do think it'd be interesting to see how it goes in the next few months and years because there are people, and not a small number of
Oh
people,
my
who are
god.
angry now that they were forced to be vaccinated. They feel they were forced, right? At
Yeah.
the risk of losing their jobs.
Yeah.
And they are, I hear from
absolutely
them.
they were
They are
forced.
I know
angry.
people.
Yeah.
I lost
I
I
know
left
people
my
with
job
vaccine injuries that were
because of it.
I'll tell them to email me. I'll write about it.
Yeah, well,
Fuck, I'll email you.
But here's how we know, or here's how I know that the zeitgeist has changed more than people even admit publicly. Look at the data on kids.
Yeah.
Look at how few children under 5 have gotten this thing since it was approved. And I don't know if Jimmy can pull up the number, but 95% of kids under 5 have not gotten a single shot. And what's even more stunning to me is that even in that group, that 5% group that got the first shot, 80% of those kids didn't get a second shot yet, even though most of them are eligible at this point. So 99% of children under 5 are not vaccinated against COVID. And you're a parent, I'm a parent. If we believed that was good for our kids, or even not bad for them, we'd go do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
So people know.
Well, that's where people are freaking out, right? When you come for their kids, and that seems to be the data on children was so undeniable in terms of like what happens when they actually get it.
Yep.
I mean, I have anecdotal data because both my children got it, and it was nothing.
Nothing.
I mean, one kid had a headache, the other kid she just didn't feel good for a couple of days, and I've seen her way worse with the flu.
Yep. The flu's
And-
much worse for kids.
For kids. It's, my parents, on the other hand, were terrified of it. I didn't see them for a year, and they're hardline Democrats. My parents are hippies.
Oh, that's
And
interesting.
they were all in on the vaccine, and they thought I was wrong. And
How
all
do they
these
feel
different
now?
things. They're reluctant to change, unfortunately. But I think they recognized
Unbelievable.
clearly when I got better so quick that I was, at least for my own personal choice, I was correct.
Have they gotten COVID?
Yes.
And they've been fine.
I had them taken care of. It's just, it's one of those things, man. It's just people have these belief systems that they've adhered to, and they don't want to let it go. And that gave them comfort during the early days of COVID, and it's going to be a slow erosion of that faith that they have. And I don't know what's going to, turn the tide for everybody, but I feel like in the future, when the dust settles and we get a chance to look at this accurately, I think people are going to have a very different view than they had when this all was going down.
I hope you are right. I mean, you and I are both old enough to remember the Berlin Wall and remember the Berlin Wall. And there was this moment afterwards when the Soviet archives opened up, and it was like, we got the truth. We always knew the Soviets were bad. They did X, Y, and Z. They had these camps or whatever. But to see the internal documents and to realize here's what they were saying inside. It was, I think, especially if you lived over there, it was this moment of great relief. Like the truth came out. We always knew they lied to us. We always knew that they were terrible and cheated us and everything else. But here's the truth. So I'd like to believe that maybe we'll have that moment with this. I'm not so sure.
Spit it out. The people that stick to the original narrative are going to feel so foolish. I really do. I think they're going to push back against it for as long as they can, and then they're going to stop talking about it.
They're claiming that the vaccine saved 20 million lives last year.
Oh, that's such bullshit.
How many do you think it saved?
That's such
Maybe
bullshit.
saved 1 million?
0.
How many old people? How many fat people? I mean, it has to have saved people.
No, here's again. I think it is. So again, the math gets really good. First of all, it's not an accident that both in the U.S. and the U.K., the deaths, and Israel, deaths went up in January 2021, because there is this period of time after you get the first shot, you are definitely more vulnerable. That's why you don't vaccinate for the flu in the middle of flu season.
Right.
You try to vaccinate out of season. Okay?
But that's what they always have said
That's
in the
right,
past
but they
about pandemics.
But they didn't do it in this case, okay? So there was that period. Then you had this, what I call in the book, and what I've always called the happy vaccine valley. Okay, you get this period where it actually works for a few months, all right? That's where the lives were saved, the spring of 2021, okay? I don't know how many lives that would be. Then it started to break down. They gave people a booster. They got a couple more months. Then Omicron came along. Since Omicron, the vaccines are useless. Useless, if not negative. And I am promising you that it's against infection. The data is clear. And I would again argue against serious disease and death, also useless. It's a complicated data argument. I'm not going to bore you with it. But at the least, they're not very useful against Omicron.
Is that because they believe that Omicron is a vaccine escape variant?
Yes. Probably because we gave it a billion-person target of people who all had the exact same immunity. No anti-N antibody immunity, just the spike and a very specific version of the spike. We gave the virus a target, and the virus, it's going to mutate in the way that it gets the greatest benefit. All right.
That makes sense.
So the vaccines are now useless. They're useless now. There was this moment in January of 2021. I don't think they did any good because, again, you have that first month or the first couple of weeks of where infections actually appeared to rise. You have a few months of protection. How many people got saved? I don't know. How many of those people were under 50? Almost none.
Do we have any data on why they tried to stop the distribution of the antibodies?
Well, because
they wanted
said
to
they
sell the
weren't gonna
vaccines. Duh.
So again,
It's-
you made the point.
it's about
if the
money.
If the antibodies don't work against Omicron, why are we giving people this vaccine that causes your body to produce the old spike? And I'll tell you something else. This Omicron booster, it's basically BS. It's basically PR. Okay? Because anybody who got vaccinated with the original, their body, it's called original antigenic sin. It's called immune imprinting. Your body is going to be focused on the original, even if you get the new vaccine.
And this is the theory as to why Omicron evades it. Because your body's looking for something that's not there, and then this other virus comes in and gets
the
you
spike.
sick.
The spike is different in shape, right? So this is like this incredible, the simple coronavirus. It's it looks like a fist with these spikes sticking out. But the spike itself is actually this incredibly complicated, essentially coil of proteins. Okay, and Omicron has different proteins in various places, so the coil looks different. It's subtle, but it's different. And that means that these antibodies that you're making, when your body recognizes it's been infected again, don't attach to it the same way. They don't, quote, the term is neutralize. They don't neutralize it in the same way.
Now, what is this? The conspiracy theorists love to cling on to. I can't believe they use that pejorative, but that's it. They love to cling on to this notion that COVID has not been isolated. What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know what they're talking about. We know we have the genetic formula for COVID. We know exactly what it looks like. They've taken electron microscope pictures of it. It's been isolated. They say the same thing about HIV. That HIV doesn't really exist. HIV exists.
Hell yeah.
Viruses exist. They kill people.
Yeah, why do you think they say that it hasn't been isolated? Like, what's the purpose of that?
So I believe it's sort of a corruption of the argument, which I think actually is true, that the Chinese never provided the original virions. They never. So when they isolated the original Hunan, the original virus, in Wuhan, in Hunan province, they didn't give us copies of that.
Maintained.
They just gave us the molecular, formula.
So
I think that's where that complaint comes from.
You want to get the ones
So
that give you
where it stands with you now is that you are in the process of preparing to sue the federal government,
The United States government.
and now what specific branch? And like,
I'm going to sue the president. And maybe you sue maybe
so
it's
I'm gonna do
technically
this
the United
one.
States, or maybe it's actually Biden himself. I'm going to sue Andy Slavitt. I'm going to say they violated my First Amendment rights.
deliver
by
logistics
attempting
space.
get Twitter. Twitter's a private company, so again, we can argue about what the
Maintenance
California
trailer.
Constitution might, give, what rights it might give me. But
And
putting that
vehicle
aside,
spare
the First Amendment does not apply to private companies, right? So Spotify, if they want to carry you, or they want to carry me, or they want to carry, Rachel Maddow or whoever, right? They're a private company. They have the right to do what they want.
Okay.
Twitter, the argument is Twitter's just a bigger version of that. So if they want to dump me, they have the First Amendment right to do that. And again, we can argue about whether California actually stops them from doing that, but put that aside. The federal government doesn't have the right to stop me from speaking, right? Unless I'm screaming harassment at somebody for 6 hours, then I'm committing a crime. But it doesn't have the right to stop me from being outside and speaking, or speaking in my house. It's, I have the right for freedom of speech. And when whoever it was in the White House told Twitter, and again, we could pull up the exact language, but Twitter executive or Twitter employees said to each other after this meeting, they had a very tough question about why Alex Berenson is still on the platform. Okay.
so this is like third hand.
No, not third hand. It was somebody at the meeting. Talking to somebody else at the meeting. And then they said they were very interested in Alex Berenson. That's another direct quote from this meeting.
And what human being was saying that?
I don't know that. the discovery that I have obtained in this lawsuit doesn't include the names of certain Twitter employees. So Twitter, for example, if it was Jack Dorsey, I would know. But junior employees, I don't care.
Wait, I don't have all-wheel drive on this
right?
fucking thing.
In other words, I'm not in this to damage some junior Twitter employee. Right, so I don't care whether it was person X or person Y.
Oh,
I know
shit.
I know he or she worked for Twitter. I know they were having a Slack channel conversation,
take this.
and I know this is what they said. So my argument's going to be, and by the way, I have more discovery on the way. I keep publishing new documents. You know, last week or just a couple days ago, I published something showing that Oliver Darcy of our favorite
Well, that's
network,
not very
CNN,
useful.
Went to Twitter
I'm not
to
gonna use
complain
this
about
one
me
yet, then.
and basically try to get me banned. Although he didn't use those words.
What specific claim had you said that he was in opposition to?
I can't remember. I think he complained to them a couple of times about me. That once he's mentioned my name, and then once it just says a CNN reporter. This was in July and August.
Why would a CNN reporter?
Because they don't believe in free speech for anybody but themselves. I don't know. Ask him.
But how strange is that a journalist would contact a social media platform?
I agree. On the on the Substack, I said journalists who hate journalism. That was the headline.
But it's not just that. It's like, what weird overstep is that?
It's phrased as, "Are you going to do anything about this because this guy's spreading misinformation?"
Well, is that because they were doing an interview with this person and they were trying to figure out like?
No. It's just about a tweet. No. It was
So
about it was me saying stuff that people didn't like, that they call misinformation, and then they go to Twitter and say, "This guy's using your platform for evil. You need to do something, or are you going to do anything about it, Twitter?" That's how they phrase it.
When the Atlantic wrote that article about you, the wrongest man of the pandemic.
Pandemic's wrongest man, yeah.
How many of those things that they said turned out to be absolutely true?
The single best thing in there, and I'd have to go back and look, is they said Berenson claims that vaccination or that infections increased after vaccination. That's totally wrong. Infections decreased after vaccination. Well, that sentence has proven not to be so accurate in the last 18 months.
What was their other claims that you'd said? Were they right about anything?
Were they? Well, we got to go back and look. I mean, there were a couple of things that they were sort of focused on that I didn't really
not long enough.
say.
This one would work.
Like they were talking about how cases were during the clinical trials, which was something I didn't care about.
You know what? Maybe I'll try it anyways.
I can't.
Do I need all-wheel
I can't
drive?
remember what else they said. I think if you went back and looked, you would say a couple of their points have not
Whatever.
been proven wrong, and
Give me a
couple
sec,
have
I'll be right
at this
back.
point. But the tenor of the piece was, this guy's an idiot, or worse than an idiot, he's spreading lies, and the vaccines really work and are gonna get us out of this.
And it was also that you're a grifter.
No, they weren't calling me I don't think they called me a grifter at that point, because that was pre-Substack.
Okay.
So the grifting stuff really started after the stack, because I didn't get paid to be on Twitter. Although I did write those booklets. I don't know. I can't remember if they used the word grifter. I hate that word, but what can I do about it? But the last line in the piece, Joe, was something like, the case for the vaccines is built on scientific evidence. The case against the vaccines is a steaming pile of horse shit. So that's, you know what?
Here's the problem with that term, scientific evidence, is now that we know where the evidence is coming from and how the evidence is actually being relayed to the people that are reviewing the evidence, it's not raw data.
Well, it's more, a vaccine, sort of by its nature, is supposed to be a long-term solution, right? So one of the points that I made was, because we rushed this out, and then because we blew up these clinical trials, in other words, we gave everyone who'd had the placebo the vaccine.
Why did they do that?
Well, this is a legitimate, I think it was a terrible idea, but this was the argument. The argument was, we know these work, and we have a couple months of data showing that they're not dangerous. And so it's unethical to deny these people who took a risk, because we don't, when they went into the trial, we didn't know how well the vaccine would work. Now we know it works. We have to allow them to be vaccinated. And since we're rolling this out to everybody, as a practical matter, they're going to go get the vaccine anyway. So we might as well offer it to them. And the FDA agreed with that. But what it meant was we don't have any long-term safety data that's really clean. And now that all these, the strokes, the myocarditis, and worst of all, this increase in all-cause deaths that no one has been able to explain, now that this stuff is piling up, if we had this group, if we had continued the trials and said to those 20,000 people who'd gotten the placebo, you can't get the vaccine. We need you to continue to be in this control group so that we can compare your outcomes to the vaccinated people for the next 5 years. I'm sorry, we just need you to do this. It's important because we're going to give this thing to a lot of people and we need a clean group. We would be able to say, okay, right now, if 50 people in the vaccinated group had died of anything, and 100 people in the placebo group had died of anything, I'd feel pretty confident saying to you, hey, vaccines are pretty safe. Even if it was 50-50. Say, okay, you know what? Yeah, we have this weird thing happening with all these deaths, but in this really good sample, there doesn't seem to be any problem. You know what? So Berenson's he's just firing flares, okay? On the other hand, if it was 100 people who'd been vaccinated had died and 20 in the placebo group, then we say, this is not good. And we really need to look at what might be causing this, whether or not the companies want us to or not. The problem is we don't have either of those. We don't have any of those because we blew up the placebo group. So we are operating in it's not an information vacuum. It's worse than that. Okay. This is why, if you were a doctor in 1965, okay, if you were somebody who operated on lungs, okay, or you were an oncologist of any kind, you knew that cigarettes were poison. Okay, You'd seen too many cases. All right, by the 50s, the late 50s, the early 60s, and the epidemiology was very clear. All right, cigarettes are not good for you. You smoke for a long time; they're not good for your lungs. I can't believe it. Duh, right? So it took 35 years for that to become the public consensus,
right,
and for people to stop smoking. And that was something that it was like a 25-to-1 risk ratio. Everybody who got lung cancer after the 1960s was a smoker. Didn't matter. It took forever. And the companies threw up every single obstacle they could. Oh, people have a genetic predisposition that makes them smoke and makes them have lung cancer.
Oh my God.
There's no chemicals that, we burn all these chemicals that you find in here, so it's not there. I can't even remember. They had all these excuses. It took a long time. And so with this, it's going to be worse.
Why do you think it's going to be worse?
Well, because the risks are seemingly marginal, although a marginal risk over a huge group of people can still be a lot of injuries and death, because it's not just that the companies don't want to do any research, it's that the governments encourage this. So they're not going to want to find out the answer. I mean, I wrote something like this a few weeks ago where I said, the problem for the public health authorities is that even announcing an inquiry, even saying, you know what, we're concerned about this rise in all-cause deaths, we're going to look, would throw into doubt the last 18 months.
Yeah. Is there any data that's being done on the all-cause mortality increase? Or is there any studies?
I mean, there's been some report, so like, the UK government reports the data each Australia, and they actually have said, here's the baskets, right? So here's the people who died of diabetes, and that's been a big increase. Here's the people who died of Alzheimer's, that's been a big increase. Beyond that, no, not really. There's not been this. I sort of outlined what would have to happen that this is a national level problem. So the analogy that I use is like, so there are some problems that like you can solve as a person. There's some problems you can solve with like civil litigation and regulation. There's some problems that you need a subpoena and a gun and a badge to solve, right? And then there's problems that are bigger than that, right? Like we're like despite what Hollywood, Sylvester Stallone or Chris Evans can't fly to Ukraine and get the Russians out. Right? That's a national level problem, which requires a government or a group of governments to figure out. The vaccine issue is now a national level issue, right? It would require like enormous data collection, somebody in charge asking the right questions, and a decision that we're going to find out the answer, even if it's really unpleasant. Maybe it won't be unpleasant, maybe it will, but we're going to find out the answer.
Is there any possible connection to people getting COVID and developing heart issues and that leading to the all-cause mortality increase?
So that I think is going to be the case that's made. I don't see it. So there's this long COVID thing, right? There's this idea you get long COVID.
What is long COVID?
What is long COVID?
Has it been defined? It's people who still suffer physically after having had COVID.
Not always physically. Sometimes psychologically, psychiatrically.
Psychiatric.
Yeah. So here, look.
That's what they're calling long COVID? I thought
No, it's brain fog, it's fatigue, it's anxiety. No. Here, look. If you actually got really sick with COVID, you're unlucky or you're old or whatever. Let's say you wound up in the hospital, you went up on oxygen, you went up on a ventilator.
Lung damage.
It's going to take you a while to recover. I mean, just like, the flu or whatever, getting put on a ventilator is bad for you, right? I mean, even if you need it to save your life, but in the long run, it's not, it's not good for you. So those people, I can believe they have post-COVID symptoms. But that's not what we're talking about mainly when we're talking about long COVID. It is a group of, and I get in trouble, but I'm just going to say it because it's true. It's a group of middle-aged women, generally, with anxiety disorders or, other moderate psychiatric syndromes who oftentimes had other sort of ill-defined, whether it was fibromyalgia or irritable bowel, this stuff that's been... doesn't really get worse or better. It kind of comes and goes. It's not easy to define or treat. These are the people who say they have long COVID. Not always, but most. And it is very hard to connect those illnesses, whether it's fatigue or uterine fibroids or whatever the
Karen illness,
whatever the the syndrome of the weak is,
syndrome
with serious
of the
strokes
Karens.
and heart attacks and the stuff that actually kills people.
Now, when we talk about myocarditis, like what is the data in terms of people who got COVID and got myocarditis versus people who got vaccinated and got myocarditis?
So the argument people will make, sort of the vaccine community will make, is that...
Is there a community of vaccine?
The vaccine advocacy community. Sometimes I think they are actually vaccines. They love vaccines so much. Is that, there's very high rates of myocarditis in people who got COVID. So the problem is, when you really dive into the data, it's not clear.
One vehicle spare part there.
Let's just, I'm not even going to argue. Let's just assume that's true, okay? Here's the real problem. The problem is that the people who get myocarditis after getting COVID are old, generally. Okay, people get myocarditis after a COVID vaccine are young, generally. So once again, it's an issue of why did we vaccinate these people who aren't at risk from COVID with a shot that is bad for them?
Well, they didn't think it was bad when they first got it.
They shouldn't. The default should have been this is a technology that has been used in a couple thousand people in clinical trials. In the last 5 years, we've been unable to advance any of these drugs out of phase 1 or 2 testing. Why on earth are we telling a healthy 20-year-old or 10-year-old or 30-year-old who's at zero risk of serious complications from COVID to get this shot? And it shouldn't be, by the way, it shouldn't be to make grandma feel better. You do not make people get medical care to make somebody else's life better. That's not how it's supposed to work.
particularly after the wide distribution of the vaccines for those people.
That's right.
Because if it did offer the protection that they were advertising, it should have been a non-issue.
That's right.
It should have been like, well, you didn't listen, and now you have COVID, and now you're sick, and I'm not.
That's right.
Because I did the right thing.
Another wonderful aspect of last year that all these people want to forget: I'm going to deny you medical care.
Yeah.
You didn't get
They're still
vaccinated,
doing
so
that.
screw you.
They're still
Including
doing that.
children who needed heart transplants.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
Wild shit, because with what we know about the potential risks of the vaccine, giving that to a child who's already compromised doesn't seem like a wise choice anyway.
Yeah. I mean, look. So, for example, in Denmark now, they're not giving the vaccine to any kids under 5, except if those kids are really sick. So the idea is,
Immune compromised people.
yeah, and maybe COVID is a risk for you. So we're gonna hope that the vaccine is a better alternative. So, again, I get that. The problem with that is that then they should have tested the vaccine on more of those people before, making these assumptions. But at least that's like a reasonable way to look at it.
Do they have a theory? And I know Dr. Peter McCullough has a theory. Well, he has his opinion on this. But what do they think is causing these adverse reactions?
So the best guess is that it's often autoimmune. So again, this is what the diabetes points to. This is what there's cases of shingles and sort of bad psoriatic arthritis, bad in some cases rheumatoid arthritis. These are all autoimmune conditions, right? So your body is attacking itself, right? Your immune system is going haywire, going over. Well, what does the vaccine do? The vaccine is designed to encourage your immune system to ramp it up in case you are infected with COVID. So is it possible that that is having off-target effects in some people? Again, as you said, we're not all the same. Not everybody has a peanut allergy. Maybe some people, for whatever reason, have these bad autoimmune reactions. Now, there's another theory that it is simply the spike protein.
I didn't think I'd be able to dodge it.
Your body, the vaccine makes your body produce the spike protein, and so if what we were told, and I believe the CDC has now taken this off its website, is that the spike protein would be very, very localized.
They just took it off their website.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they're now admitting that that's not always true. And maybe the spike itself, even if it's unconnected to the rest of the coronavirus, can have, especially heart problems. So those are sort of the two primary theories. What I will say is, this is where, an A team of immunologists and virologists and people who are specialized in organic chemistry, this is where we need those people to be operating outside of Pfizer and to be coming in clean and to be really looking for what the answer is. And maybe the answer is, you know what, we've looked for a year and we really actually don't think the vaccine's causing any of these problems. But I would feel way better if it weren't the same people who've been saying since December of 2020 the vaccines are perfect, saying that.
Why is it affecting young boys and young men so much?
So, another great question. One theory is that the analogy that I've heard is that if you're a young athlete, for example, you're the equivalent of a fast car, right? So if there's if the engine is going to blow, it's going to be more obvious in the case of a car that's 10,000 RPMs, than most of us who are sedentary.
Hence the soccer players.
Exactly. So that essentially that there's going to be other people who've had heart damage. It just hasn't shown. Now I want to say one positive thing about the myocarditis, which is the studies that have been done seem to show that after a few months you don't see long-term heart damage. Now, I would say that, have they looked really, really hard? They haven't looked really, really hard, but they've looked pretty hard, and they seem fairly confident that whatever adverse impact doesn't necessarily last that long.
Well, that's good news.
Yes.
And this is good news for the young people that suffered from it, including one of my friend's sons. He was 21, they forced him to get it, and he had a terrible reaction. This data that they have on the long term, is it based on, what is it based on? How are they measuring the myocarditis? Are they seeing a dissipation of myocarditis?
Yeah, so you go back and look at what somebody's ejection fraction is, and how well their heart is pumping. You can image the heart now. I mean, in some ways, medicine is just absolutely amazing what they can do. And so they're not seeing long-term heart damage. You're not seeing necessarily elevated enzymes. If your heart starts to deteriorate, you get CK and troponin and these other enzymes that they can measure. So there's all these ways to measure how well your heart's working. And I'm not a cardiologist, but my strong impression is that the data shows that after a few months, people seem to be better.
Well, that's good news. Paxlovid.
Paxlovid I like. People hate me for liking it.
Why do they hate you for liking it?
Because I love ivermectin. My readers love ivermectin, which I think is fine, but basically a placebo.
Really?
Yeah, pretty much.
Why do you think that?
It's complicated. Didn't we get into this last time?
But it's worth it for people that didn't listen.
So, not everyone listens all?
I don't
8
think
hours?
So. I think most people don't.
I'm actually amazed how many people will come back to me and quote me something that I said for 2 hours. I'm like, wow, you listened to the whole thing. I think ivermectin. First of all, I don't think it's particularly dangerous, and I think anybody who wants it should be allowed to use it, under a doctor's care. I don't think there's like a great theoretical justification for it, and I think that the data, when they've tried to do prospective trials, so that there's this, you can go look at a bunch of people who got it and say, oh, they did really well, and we're going to find an equal group of people who didn't get it and see how they do. But there's always a little bit of cloudiness around how good that data really is. The best way to do it is to take 1,000 people, say, I'm going to give 500 of you ivermectin and 500 of you nothing. We're going to see how you are a week later. And there have been a couple of those trials done, and they haven't shown great results for that.
And is it the dosage that's recommended by the FLCC? Like, what is the because that's what I've heard.
Here's my argument.
That's the pushback.
If the drug works, you're going to see an effect. Okay, there may be an ideal dosing level, but if the drug broadly works, look, if you take antibiotics, if you have some nasty infection, you take antibiotics, you skip a day, like, you skip day 6 out of the 10 days, or even day 4 and days 8 or whatever, you're going to get infection proof. If a drug broadly works, it works. Okay, and you can start to argue about it's not, the dosing wasn't perfect. People have to make guesses going in.
Right.
And as far as I have done some work on this, the people who conducted those trials discussed the correct dosing with some of the very big ivermectin advocates on the way in. So they didn't get the results that the ivermectin people were hoping for, and now the advocates say that the trials weren't properly.
What do you think about the assertion that it is prophylactic? Viral replication in vitro was stopped by ivermectin.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you can
so
stop.
There's a mechanism.
You can stop viral replication in a test tube with a lot of things.
Right.
It doesn't mean it works in a human being. I'm just broadly unconvinced. Now, Paxlovid, they ran a clinical trial, and it had very, very positive results. In the, it was, we could find it, but 0 deaths versus 8 deaths in Paxlovid. Big decrease.
That's very good, actually.
What's the mechanism?
So it's called a protease inhibitor. This is well known. It blocks viral replication. Okay, and I know people have said, well, ivermectin is also a protease inhibitor, but what's funny is that until Paxlovid came along, they weren't saying that was the mechanism of action for ivermectin. So,
But it still is.
Yeah, but they had a different theory before Paxlovid worked.
Did they have a different theory, or did they have a different narrative?
I think in this
Because
case,
once they brought up the protease, the way I understood it is once they brought up the fact that Paxlovid was a protease inhibitor, then people started saying, yeah, well, yes, but so is ivermectin.
right, but you can't, if you're going to say ivermectin works because it blocks entry of the virus into the cell, which I think was the original theory, and then some other drug comes along that works really well and has a different mechanism of action, it seems to me bad faith that all of a sudden you say your drug is just like that other drug.
But is ivermectin a protease inhibitor?
I mean, people have said to me, look, here's this paper showing that it does, that it does have this effect as well.
Mm-hmm.
This is a level of complexity of sort of, I would say virology complexity that I don't claim to be an expert. I don't claim to be able to say, having read this paper, I can tell you that ivermectin works as well as a protease inhibitor as Paxlovid did and does. What I can say, this is what I am good at, Joe, is saying, you guys are changing your story on this.
Yeah.
And that's what I say to anybody on any side.
Right. You're very consistent.
So that's why I'm skeptical. Now, the other argument about Paxlovid is, well, they tested in the unvaccinated. They didn't test it in the vaccinated. So how do we know it actually works in the vaccinated? Well, there was a pretty good retrospective trial where they looked at two groups of people with Omicron, and once again, they had very positive results for the Paxlovid. Now, if you want to say to me, you just said to me that's not a good kind of trial to do. You discounted all the positive ivermectin trials that had that kind of study where you go back and look instead of going in at the beginning and then measuring the two groups. I will say to you, you're correct. But what we don't have for ivermectin that we do have for Paxlovid is a prospective trial with the same good results.
And is that just because they haven't been conducted?
No. There's been ivermectin prospective trials. This is the one we're talking about where they supposedly didn't use the right amount.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, you got to stop making excuses for your drug. And here's what I say: when people try to tell me ivermectin works, I know all these people who took ivermectin and didn't get sick. My argument to you, and I say this about all these things, in most people, COVID is just not that dangerous. I think I got in trouble because what I said was I could give you Alpo and you'd probably recover from COVID if you were healthy. This is why you got to test the vaccines in people that are high risk. You got to test Paxlovid in people that are high risk, which they did. You got to test the monoclonals in people that are high risk, which they did. You got to test ivermectin in people who are high risk, which they did, and they didn't find a good result when they did it.
I've seen recent articles that have started to promote this narrative that Trump is to blame.
Yes.
Because he fast-tracked the
Oh
COVID
my
vaccines,
God.
which is really fascinating.
In a
because
way,
if the COVID
he
vaccines
is.
were where you were reporting, not you, but
I
these
actually
people
had
were
that
reporting,
thought before.
that means it's safe and effective. So why are you upset that
No
he
matter what,
fast-tracked
Trump's
something that
always
was
gonna
proven
get
to be
shit
safe and
on.
effective?
Yes.
He's always
Continue
gonna
to
get the
find some of
shit
those
end of the
articles.
stick of
Just in the last
Just
couple days.
started to roll out.
It's
And
never
to
good
me,
enough.
Knowing that the government did come in contact, and even CNN came in contact with Twitter about you, I wonder what kind of influence is causing these new articles to be released. Trump White House, this is on Politico. Trump White House exerted pressure on FDA for COVID-19 emergency use authorization, House report finds. Trump officials tried to bully FDA over COVID treatments, House panel says. This is The Guardian. So this is a recent narrative that it's one of those, trusted news source initiative weird things that you realize that, okay, there's a signal. Where's the signal coming from?
Right. Is it that they're starting to realize they're going to just have to drop the idea that the vaccines worked at all? And who's to blame for that?
Right.
Yeah. It's a good question. I mean, I do wonder this fall, is anybody going to get this booster?
I think a lot of people are going to
Do you?
Sure. There's a lot of people that are all in still. Yeah, there's people that are all in that I know that are all in.
I guess so. Are there any of them under 50?
Most of them are not. Yeah, I think most of them are not. But there's a thing of B cell and T cell immunity that's imparted by the vaccine that people find comfort in, right?
Yeah, that's the really good research that's been done suggest that it doesn't. The T cells that you gain don't work very well against Omicron, which is another reason that I think that this notion that the vaccines give you any help against severe disease is nonsense. And one of the things that you see, if you look at New Zealand and Australia, which are very interesting cases because those countries locked down hard, right? And New Zealand's a couple little islands, Australia is a big island, continent-sized island. They were able to control COVID for 2 years, right? Really control it, and so they had almost nobody who was infected. They were going to be the great success story, the ones that showed how terrible Donald Trump was, how terrible I am. They got through it with no deaths. They had no deaths in 2020, almost no deaths in 2021. Then they got everybody vaccinated. They win. It's only one problem. They've had terrible COVID outbreaks the last 7-8 months, basically continuing the whole time, and bad in January, which is their summer, bad in May, June, July, August, their winter, and a lot of deaths. Now, not as many deaths as we had. I mean, I'm talking about relative to population. Not as many deaths as we had at our peaks, not even close. But this is Omicron. Omicron is less virulent, and it's gone on and on and on. And they've had a bad flu outbreak, and their hospitals have been pretty overwhelmed. And their all-cause mortality has been terrible this year. So if you want to tell me that they are the great success story, it doesn't look like it did a year ago. It does not look like there's any free lunch. It looks like you're going to get your COVID outbreak. If you lock down hard, eventually you're going to have to let up, and you're going to get COVID. It's very interesting. Here's another fascinating thing that you never hear about. Chinese, okay? And we don't really know what's going on in China. We never have, and who knows if we ever will. But they were first. Then they got scared. They locked down really hard. They've been basically isolating themselves for 2 years. Two things. They've completely avoided the mRNA vaccines. Completely. They've had contracts to have those vaccines in their country for more than a year. They've refused. They haven't given anybody mRNA vaccines. They, for whatever reason, are continuing to stick with this, to my mind, bizarre strategy of zero COVID. So at some point, presumably, they're going to have to let it out. And it will be very interesting to see what their experience is without the mRNAs. Whether they have a lot of deaths, a few deaths, we will see.
As a journalist, what has this been like for you? You were never involved in any real significant controversies about the things that you reported or data, or you being called a grifter or promoter of misinformation and disinformation. What has this been like for you?
It's been pretty great, actually. The shitty part has been, the personal stuff with my friends, and it hasn't been great for my marriage either. But as a reporter, it's been great in two ways. First off, I have all these great stories, and no one else writes about them. So
right.
I get to, it's like to me, this is the most important story in the world, and I'm coming at it, and there should be 15 people out there, good investigative reporters who are competing with me to break news about the vaccines and everything else, and there's none. So if you're a whistleblower, you got some data from a health insurance company, you're coming to me. You're a pilot, you want to talk about, somebody who dropped dead in a cockpit, you're coming to me. You got nobody else. And by the way, you folks, if you're out there, I'm very findable.
What is the data on pilots? Because pilots that's a unique case, right? Particularly like fighter jet pilots.
Well, so I don't know what the data is on fighter jet pilots. Here's what I know. A lot of pilots didn't want to get vaccinated last year, and a lot of them did under pressure. And in at least one major airline, disability claims are way up this year. Mm-hmm. Now, from pilots, Now, listen, that may be because they're just sick of, being screamed at by passengers or whatever, and they want out. But it's certainly an interesting data point. But so just to go back to the reporting question. So first off, I feel like I've got a great story, and I have a big audience that's interested. I mean, it's not a Joe Rogan size audience, but it's a good audience. And those people, some of those people are willing to pay. My Substack, most people who subscribe don't pay, but enough people pay that I'm doing well. And, which, by the way, I think is one other reason that a lot of people from the Times and that's what don't like me, because the idea is if you ever leave the Times, you're never going to be able to support yourself as a journalist. And I've managed to do that pretty well.
So has Barry Weiss. So many others.
Yeah, Glenn. That's right.
It's a weird world now, right? Because I think people are recognizing the influence that corporations have on information.
Yes.
And they don't like it.
No, they don't. It's so far Substack's been good. Let's see. Let's hope.
Substack is fantastic.
Let's hope they can stay that way.
I think they can. I mean, as long as they don't get bought out.
As long as they don't get bought out, and as long as they can generate enough money from their 10% to support.
Yes.
But they seem truly committed to free speech.
They do, and I think that this also opens the door for similar platforms. And there have been some copycat Substacks out there. And I think that's great.
And by the way, I think the fact that Spotify supported you the way it did is very, is significant. And hopefully, that's been to their benefit commercially, because you want
during
that.
the height of the cancellation, I gained 2 million subscribers.
Wow. See,
it was wild.
That's amazing. I mean, really.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. But fortunately, they're not an American company.
Right. Swedish, right?
Yeah.
So that's A, is that I have this great story myself. But B, and you may have had this experience. I was talking to somebody about this a few days ago. So there's a reporter. I think his last name is Ryan, Ben Ryan, and he's a science journalist, and he's gay, and he's been writing a lot about monkeypox. And he's gotten kind of upset with the public health authorities. You see it on Twitter. He's why aren't you telling the truth? Why aren't you telling, gay men who are most at risk? Didn't we learn anything from HIV? And he's gotten some pushback. And what I was saying is, what I think he has seen is what I've seen, and maybe what you've seen. If you are telling the truth, if you're doing your job, and you believe you're telling the truth, and trying to get the word out on whatever the issue is, and people start lying about you, and attacking you personally, and calling you a grifter, it doesn't make you want to stop. It makes you want to push. Because it becomes personal. You're attacking my skills, you're attacking my integrity, you're attacking my family in some cases. I'm not backing off. I know what I'm doing. Look, right or wrong, and I think I've been pretty right. I've done this to the best of my ability for the last 2 years. And I am not going to let somebody say, I'm not going to let somebody intimidate me.
What have you been wrong about?
What have I been wrong about? I've been wrong that, the number one thing I was wrong about that I can remember is that in 2020, in the summer, I thought that we might be getting close to herd immunity. I thought there was this possibility, because the waves seemed to come and go without everybody being infected, that there would be this sort of, what people speculated there'd be what was called cross T-cell immunity, that people who'd been exposed to other coronaviruses couldn't get sick with SARS-CoV-2. And that's why, in New York, there had been this big fall off in cases, and that's why in the Sunbelt states, there was a big rise and a big fall. That turned out not to be true. Basically, everybody had to be infected with SARS-CoV-2, either the original or Delta or Omicron. There's no cross immunity, it seems like.
What about the people that got vaccinated that never got it?
Oh, they'll get it. I mean, there may be some fraction of people who've never got it, but I suspect almost everybody's gotten it at this point. And if you think you didn't get it, you probably just didn't get symptoms.
There are people that I know that didn't think they got it. We brought them in here because we do antibody testing here.
And did they?
They got it.
Yeah,
a lot of people got it.
So actually, the last time I was in here, I had still negative antibodies, and I don't know that I've had it since then. I haven't had a positive test. I've really stopped testing myself basically, but I think it's possible if I had gotten an antibody test, it would show that I'm positive. Everybody gets it.
Yeah.
So I was wrong about that. I publicly said I thought 600,000 people would die. We're at 1 million now. 600,000, when I put it out there, that was considered a big number.
Right.
So, was I wrong? Yeah, I was wrong. I don't know how many people predicted it.
And when they say died,
with versus from. the whole
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
What is the actual number when you take away people that are already on death's door? When you take away people that are already morbidly obese, I think amongst the people that died, there was a significant number, like a huge number, that had at least 4 comorbidities.
Yes.
Right? What was that number?
I want to say that the average number was 4, so it would be at least half.
Right, but what was the percentage of people
Like-
who died from COVID that had 4 comorbidities?
So over 50% of those. Right. So in other words, of the like million who died, if you look at the comorbidities, I think at least half of those had 4.
Which means comorbidities
Means like-
things that were killing you already.
Yeah, you know, so,
Comorbidities.
Yes.
They're morbidities.
Yes. But it is not necessarily going to kill you tomorrow. So you
Right.
can be 400 pounds and live another 10 years.
But you're significantly weakened.
Yes.
Yes.
So look, there was a group of people who have COVID on their death certificates who didn't die from COVID, right?
Right.
You know, then there's this bigger group of people who were in this group, who wouldn't have died today if they didn't have COVID, but who weren't very healthy. And how many of those people were there? There were, I mean, a lot, but those are still people who died from COVID, you would say, I think. But here's what's so screwed up about the excess mortality. I know I keep coming back to this, and I know it's sort of complicated and mushy. In 2020 and early 2021, the people who were looking at the numbers the hardest were all saying the same thing, which was, okay, we got all these people dying. COVID's going to go away, and we're going to have fewer deaths for a while because COVID pulled forward. They actually referred to it. There's a company called Service Corporation of America. It's the biggest funeral home operator. They own like 15% of the funeral homes in the United States. They call it pull forward. What they were talking about was pulling death forward. So COVID was going to kill people, or COVID was killing people who were going to die in 2022, in 2020. You were going to die in 2021, COVID killed you in 2020. So they were actually sort of warning their investors, we're getting more funerals now, we're going to get fewer funerals later. That didn't happen. We have excess deaths now, even though people predicted we would have fewer deaths.
What do you think is causing the excess deaths?
I think it's some problem with the vaccines. Okay, I don't know all of that. But to me, the most likely reason is the billion people we gave this technology to.
And if you look at 10% increase in all-cause mortality, what are the numbers we're looking at nationally?
So it's several 100,000 people in the U.S., several 100,000 people a year in Europe. It's a big number.
And has this
But
been consistent? Is it dropped off?
so last fall was a big increase. Now it's interesting. So the better data again comes out of Europe, because among other things, Europe doesn't have a terrible opioid epidemic, so the numbers are pretty good. So last fall in Europe, UK, Germany, they were having big increases in mortality. Some of which was COVID, some of which was not. That was about 3 months. It started about 3 months after the mass vaccination was increase in deaths in cancer, increase in deaths in Alzheimer's. Sort of broad, not huge in each category, but broad. Come the winter, that increase went away. Okay, for just a couple months we had 0 extra all-cause mortality in these countries, and I thought to myself, this is good. Whatever was happening, it went away. What else happened in the winter? Well, they pushed the boosters. They had widespread booster campaigns. About 3 months after those booster campaigns, all-cause mortality started to rise again. And that was sort of in March and April. And it has not come down since. We're now 5-6 months in. So again, this is non-COVID. This is,
Right.
these countries, just like the U.S., still have COVID deaths.
No!
Nobody talks about it anymore because it's inconvenient. They still have plenty of COVID deaths.
You've gotta
Even when
be
you factor
fucking
those out,
kidding me.
they have all-cause mortality. Basically, they're about 5% above normal on COVID deaths and 5 to 10% additionally above normal on other deaths. So they're running about 15% above normal on all-cause mortality, which in a country like the United States, 400,000 or 500,000 deaths a year. Across Europe, about the same number. So you add those up, you get close to a million. Million here, a million there, you know.
Fucking bullshit.
Is there any
Oh my
legitimate
God.
reporting other than people like yourself that are independent? on this?
So a couple British newspapers have started to note this.
That's some bullshit.
Now, what they mainly say is it looks like this is lockdown related. So again, there's this theory, people didn't get medical care, so now you're seeing an increase. And other people, a little more speculative, they'll say long COVID. So there's been a couple places that have talked about it. My impression is that this is so unpleasant to even consider that nobody wants to consider it. You can't get unvaccinated, Joe. Right? Like you're just living with whatever it is. And I also want to be clear, like even if it's 1 million people, we gave the vaccines to more than we gave all the COVID vaccines worldwide to billions of people. We gave these mRNAs to a billion people. So it could be a very small absolute increase per person in your risk, still leading to a lot of deaths just because so many people got it.
What is the relationship between the mRNA vaccines versus the adenovirus vaccines?
They're just completely different.
Right,
products.
but I mean in terms of like all-cause mortality, in terms of health complications.
So the AAVs actually, by the way, look a little bit better now against COVID. It looks
was
like
terrible.
Like, interestingly, if you got 1 dose of J&J, your protection wasn't as great initially. It looks like it lasts longer. They kind of look like better vaccines as vaccines. They definitely could cause what's called thromboembolic events. They can cause nasty clots in people that lead to strokes. This is another great question that if we had a real investigative reporting committee would be asked. Somehow, for reasons that are not clear to me, the mRNAs won. Okay, they won commercially. They won in public view. Normally, public health authorities wouldn't take a strong position on one vaccine versus another, but they did in this case. You basically can't get J&J anymore in the U.S., and you can't really get the AstraZeneca vaccine in Europe.
Well, they pulled the J&J vaccine.
They basically pulled it, and it is.
This is, by the way, right in the same time period that I was going to get vaccinated.
Yes, it was back in April of last year. Now, it is not clear to me at all that the overall safety profile of the DNA vaccines is worse. But for some reason, a decision was made inside the governments and inside the public health authorities, we're going to lean on the mRNAs.
Now, you said DNA versus mRNA?
Yes.
So the adenovirus vaccine is a DNA?
That's right. So they
or is it adenovirus, is that how you say it?
Adenovirus, yes. So what it is it delivers DNA to your cells, this virus. It's a cold virus. It delivers it to your cells. Your cells process that DNA into RNA, actually, and then cause your body to produce the spike. So whereas the mRNA is a little bit of this mRNA, which is actually not the same RNA that's in nature. It's been modified in a specific way. That's inside a tiny little ball of fat that then delivers that RNA to your cells that causes you to make the spike. The outcome is the same in both the DNA and the mRNA virus or vaccine cause your body to make the spike protein. That was the great innovation. We're going to turn your body into a little cell or into a little factory to make the spike protein. The Novavax vaccine, by the way, is actually just them injecting the spike protein into you. And then the other vaccines are more old school, where it's basically just the virus itself that's been changed so it doesn't replicate, and that's injected.
And which vaccines are those?
Those are not allowed. They're not used in the U.S. They're the Chinese and Indian vaccines, which have actually been given to more people worldwide than the more advanced.
And why are they not allowed in the United States?
That's a really good question, Joe. They were never tested here. The argument was basically that the mRNAs would be better, that they would cause your body to have a stronger immune response. And, inactivated flu vaccines don't work very well. And the belief was that the same would be true for the coronavirus. So we're just going to go with this new, better technology. But you ask a very good question. Why haven't we?
Yeah. What the Novavax? Is that the new one?
Yes, so Novavax, which it's approved, but nobody's. I mean, Novavax stock actually crashed a few weeks ago because they basically acknowledged nobody's.
Why do you think that is?
Well, nobody wants to. I mean, anybody who's going to be vaccinated has been vaccinated. At this point. There's not a big audience, and you know, it's funny. I would say, I guess, a few times a week, I get emails from people that are like, "Hey, can you tell me about Novavax?" And I'm sort of like, "I don't have time to talk about this because nobody's getting it." The public health authorities, they don't want Novavax. They don't want the J&J or AstraZeneca. They certainly don't want Covaxin or the Chinese vaccines. They want you to get mRNAs. And look, I think it should be clear to everybody at this point, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I would love to know. I would love to be a fly on the wall when Pfizer is talking, you know, to the NIH about why that is.
Do you think that any of this was done in good faith? Do you think that they believe the data? Do you think that they believe that this was going to be the panacea to everybody?
I think they hoped it. I think that they got fooled by the data, by the clinical trial data in November and December.
Fooled by money, man.
And
we
then
got fooled by money.
As you said.
It's all about money control. Money.
If you look at what Fauci said, what Walensky said, I mean, what they said wasn't that different than what our friend Rachel Maddow said. You know, like Fauci was talking about elimination of the virus, and they were all talking about herd immunity. And that's just a remarkably stupid thing to have said in the light of what happened.
There's a few things that he said that were remarkably stupid. One of the things he said is that lockdowns are designed to increase vaccination.
Yeah, I mean,
which is just.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he did. He said the quiet part out loud.
I missed that.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of what they did was right. So, like, with the, you know,
as if he said
Canadians
that shit.
wouldn't. I mean, you know, Canada's a bigger country than the United States. They wouldn't let unvaccinated people on planes. They were clearly trying to punish those of us who were unvaccinated, force us to do this. It's wrong.
Yeah, it's also wild how many of them wound up getting COVID.
They all got COVID.
It's wild. Biden got it twice. Jill Biden's got it.
Yeah.
Fauci got it. Everyone got it. Did you see that Birx said that she knew that the vaccines were not going to stop the spread of the virus?
Yeah, that's funny because that's not what she said 2 years ago.
But it's wild that she said it. Like, why do you think she said that?
I talked to somebody who was her, and he said he thought she wanted to be right about something.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Is this... I know we joked around about you being vindicated, but you have been. Is this a net good, do you think, that people like you exist and that...
You're gonna ask me if I think it's good I exist?
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, like, you're a courageous guy in a lot of ways. Like, what you did, you know, you talked about the personal cost of this in terms of relationships that you've had, and I know the attacks aren't fun.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's, you know, this got taken out of context. I said it, maybe I said it to you last year, but even if I were wrong about all of it, it would be good that there's somebody on the right.
Yeah.
Right? It'd be good that there's somebody raising this question. From the point of view of society, it would be better if it'd be better if we had no COVID and the vaccines actually worked. And I were saying to you, you know what, Joe? I was wrong. I'm going to end this show by going to the vaccine and getting the vaccine. Instead, I feel one of the best decisions I've ever made is not being vaccinated. You know, with this vaccine, okay, I got all the normal childhood vaccines. I think I think it's really bad that journalists have lost their skills
that sounds good.
About either tech or the pharmaceutical industry. I don't understand.
I'm driving in a
bizarre.
swamp.
It's bizarre to watch. Because these are the people that are supposed to be uncovering corruption and undue influence and following the money, and they just didn't do it. They got captured.
These are the biggest, most profitable.
Because I'm trying to get to this outpost here.
Okay.
Without having to drive.
Here's another thing, by the way. The penny may
far.
drop in 2026, 2027. it'll be nice to see the first journalist asking why there's no other mRNA product approved, which I will bet you there isn't. I mean, you know what? That's something I could be wrong about in 5 years, but
Well, they've talked about using it for cancer.
oh yeah, but guess
All
what?
right,
It's really
so-
hard to use multiple doses, and it doesn't. I'm actually talking about a vaccine, whether it's a flu vaccine or Ebola vaccine or, dengue vaccine. I think it's going to be very hard to prove mRNAs under a normal development process because the side effects are too complex. But that's all right. We gave it to 1 billion people. We did our best.
What a strange time to be alive. And as a journalist, this must be almost kind of bittersweet, right? Because what you do is chase these kind of stories. I mean, these kind of stories can make or break a journalist's career.
I mean, I guess it's both made and broken mine.
I don't think it's
ain't
broken
going back
yours.
to. I ain't going back to the New York Times.
I don't think you need to. And I think the rise of independent journalism, and that's one of the reasons why I praise Substack so much, and giving people like yourself and other independent voices who are legitimate journalists who do the work and really are chasing down the truth of the story and not this culturally convenient narrative.
But they're pushing back. These folks would get me banned again on Twitter tomorrow if they could, and I mean,
But they can't. But the thing is like what you're saying is accurate, which is so crazy. They shouldn't want to ban you.
they shouldn't. But they won't even write the Times. So forget. You don't want to write.
I got
that
a long
that
drive.
I survived my motion to dismiss back in April.
In
You don't
very
wanna
rough
write
areas.
Even that Twitter put me back on, which is a pretty big deal. Okay.
It's a fucking huge deal. Did anybody write about it?
No.
No one. Washington Post? No one?
No. Okay. You don't want to write about that. You think that's he's just one schmo with 300,000 followers. We're not going to write about it. Well, 2 weeks ago, Joe, and maybe we should pull it so people could see it for themselves. 2 weeks ago, on my stack, I published in black and white Twitter employees what they said about what the White House had told them to do. Okay? It is about as clear. Yeah, this one. The White House,
privately demanded Twitter ban me months before the company did so.
Federal officials targeted me specifically when they met with Twitter in 2021. They really wanted to know about Alex Pearson. Go down and you'll see what they said. There it is. There it is. How was WFH? That next thing is just an emoji. Overall, pretty good. They had one really tough question about why Alex Berenson hasn't been kicked off the platform. Otherwise, their questions were pointed but fair, and mercifully, we had answers. Mercifully.
That's
By the way,
hilarious.
that's not the comment of somebody who's confident that they can stand up to the White House.
Right.
They're saying we are lucky we had answers. Here's another one. High-level takeaways from the meeting. Anything we should keep an eye out for. They really wanted to know about Alex Berenson. All right.
Andy Slavitt suggested they had seen data viz that had showed he was the epicenter of disinfo that radiated outwards to the persuadable public.
That's right.
At the time, employees said internally they did not believe I had broken the company's rules. I've taken a pretty close look at his account, and I don't think any of it's violated.
That's right.
Said an employee wrote on the Slack conversation a few minutes after the really tough question
Smooth.
about why Alex
That was
Berenson
smooth,
hadn't been kicked.
baby. Yeah.
So you try to imagine if the Trump White House had done that to a journalist at the New York Times.
Yeah.
Okay? It would be front page news for days. They won't even write one story about this. That's how much they hate me.
Yeah, well, you're inconvenient. Journalists are supposed to be inconvenient to the powers that be when the powers that be are not doing what they're saying they're doing and that are withholding information or are being unduly influenced
He is
by massive
inconvenient,
amounts of money
unfortunately.
and also their initial choices.
To them.
Yeah. We're supposed to.
What's next for you? How is this book selling?
It's
available now.
It's available now. It's out
It's
now.
everywhere. It's a legitimate publisher. How hard was that, by the way? We
So-
talked about that last time, but it bears repeating.
So it's Regnery, which is a real publisher, but conservative. They actually want me to write another book, which I would love to do. I don't have time right now, sort of about how screwed up teenagers are these days, and whether it's ADHD drugs, or whether it's bad overparenting, whatever it is that's causing these terrible anxiety disorders
Combination of everything.
teenagers. Which I think is a really good book, and I would like to write. Because in some ways it ties into COVID, right? It's like the great lie of COVID is, if you just listen to us, everything will be fine. No one will ever die again. And this is sort of what we tell our kids, right? Like, we can make everything perfect for you. Right. There's a pill for this. Hey, you don't like your gender? We'll just change it for you. You don't have to be anxious. And unfortunately, that's a lie. And when they realize it's a lie, it makes them more anxious. So that's a book Regnery wants me to write. But no, Simon & Schuster, or Putnam, all these places that published my earlier books and my novels, I don't think they're going to publish anything for me anymore. I am outside the mainstream.
Do you think that's permanent? I mean,
I do.
Some of this vindication, though, has to open people's eyes.
It would be better if I had been wrong. If I'd been wrong, I could apologize and ask to be forgiven. I'm pretty sure other people say to me it's not permanent. I think it's permanent.
So you just resign to this independent life, but it's.
I got the stack.
You're doing great.
I get to come on with you once a year. I got a publisher who can put out pretty good looking book and hardcover. I'm okay.
Do they carry these at Barnes and Noble? Is it in the front when you walk in at the airport?
They couldn't get much distribution at B&N, but they did get a little bit. It didn't get reviewed. All those places refused to review. Even so, there's I don't know. Have you written a book?
Yeah.
So one day you'll write your memoirs, and there's something called these pre-pub places. There's Kirkus, Publishers Weekly. They review everything. That's just what they do. They wouldn't. I mean, I'm lucky in a way. I don't live in Brooklyn. I don't live in Manhattan. I live in upstate with my family. Our life is our life. But I mean, I've been shut out, personally and professionally, from the people who should be my peers. I guess they're not.
But you must have gotten some support from people.
Very little. Much
Really?
more support from people like cops or pilots. Or,
Yeah.
No, people in inside journalism. People say to me, "Oh, you must have a lot of people contacting you quietly from the television." Not really. Not really. Yeah.
Well, I'm not surprised about the Times. The Times is strange. It's
Range is an
captivated by
understatement.
our current culture in a weird way that I don't think I've ever seen before. I never thought I would see. I thought that the ethics of journalism was always supposed to be objective analysis of data, and if it's inconvenient and uncomfortable for people, that's sort of the point.
Comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable.
Mm.
Yep. But it turns out it's comfort the Democrats and afflict the Republicans.
Yeah.
Which is not.
Are you a Democrat? Are you independent? What are you?
I'm an independent, and
Yeah.
as I say in Pandemia, I didn't vote for Biden, and I didn't vote for Trump.
Yeah. Nor did I.
I mean, yeah, and how? I mean, given everything that's happened, how do you feel bad about that decision?
No. Well, everything I said was true. The thing that I said when I got famously canceled when I had Eric Weinstein on the podcast, and he said I can't vote for Biden. I just can't. And he was like, I can't vote for Trump. And I said I would vote for Trump before I'd vote for Biden. I didn't vote for either, but I said that because I realized that Biden was deteriorating in front of our eyes, and to deny that was crazy. And now that we're seeing it, we're seeing him fall down walking upstairs. We're seeing him ramble on in these run-on conversations, forget where he is, come off stage, try to shake hands with people who aren't there. There's something really, really wrong. And if he was Trump, they would be on the top of every building with bullhorns screaming to remove him from office.
Yes.
And these people are all blacking out from all the gaslighting. It's wild to watch.
If it's Trump versus Biden in 2024, are you going to vote?
I think I'd still vote independent. I really wish there was an independent option. I think that the problem is human nature tends toward tribalism. And we have these people on one side that think that Trump is the devil, and that having him in place, regardless of whether or not his economic policies were more effective, that Trump is bad for our culture and bad for society and divides us. And I understand
they're
their
right, though, aren't
perspective. Yes, and that's what I've said. And that's why I didn't want to have him on.
Yeah.
I don't want to support that. I don't think that's good for people. I don't
Do
think
you
that's good
think
for
you'd
our
be able to
culture.
challenge him? I wonder if you actually had him for 2 hours.
I'd have to have him for 6.
Yeah.
I'd have to wait for the Adderall to wear off. I don't know if he's on Adderall. I'm kidding, Donald. Don't sue me. I think, unfortunately, I'd probably have fun with him. I think, unfortunately, he's a funny guy.
Yeah.
He says some wild shit.
Yeah.
He's a bombastic, huge character. And, I think it would probably, people would get a chance to see a side of him, a fucking around side that they would like.
I don't know if it would be the worst thing in the world if you had one.
It probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I don't want to be involved in that.
Yeah.
I don't want to be involved in helping political figures.
Yeah.
I think Tulsi Gabbard should be president. She's the only one that makes any sense to me.
Huh.
I think she's a powerful, independent voice who speaks her mind on a variety of subjects and makes a lot of sense. Exhibits real
All
leadership
you're
capability.
thinking is that she's hot, Joe. Shut
She's
up.
a little
Congresswoman for
crazy,
years.
is she not?
In what
Just
way?
hot.
Well, that's a good question. That's
a great narrative, right? But
yeah,
I'm crazy too.
You're right. When you actually say that to me, I actually realize I don't know very much about her.
Yeah, the problem is that's what people like to say. I think she's a woman of character, and I think it's everything that everybody wants.
Women
You
of
want a woman
character,
president, you got one.
AKA
you want a woman of noble character
hot.
who displays excellent leadership capability. You
Yeah,
got
yeah.
one. You got someone who reaches across the aisle
Excellent
and
hotness.
communicates with people on both sides. You got one. You got someone who served overseas twice. She was in these medical units. She was helping people that were blown up from the fucking war. I mean, that's why she has that
Helping
gray streak in
people
her.
being
She got
hot.
that gray streak when she was serving overseas. You got a person who exposes on her side corruption and evil acts of politicians. One of them is now the vice president of the United States. I don't think there's a better person out there to run for president than her, and a person that's loved by people on the right as well. I mean, she is a longtime Democrat, but she's a person who substitutes for Tucker Carlson when he's out of town.
That is
Wild.
Fair enough.
But they don't want her,
No, that's definitely.
which is wild because she's a woman of color, right? She's from Hawaii.
Yep.
She's got all the things that supposedly you're looking for if you want diversity.
Nice.
I mean, she could be our first woman president.
Interesting. I see. I don't know really. As I hear you say, I realize I know almost nothing about it.
That's the problem, is that everybody has this thing in their head. Oh, Tulsi Gabbard's crazy. Okay, why? Why is she crazy? And wouldn't you be crazy if you were her? Wouldn't you be crazy if you've experienced what she's experienced? Just how the DNC tried to shut her out and wouldn't let her debate.
Well, one thing I think that you've managed to avoid, and I'd like to think I've managed to avoid, is getting too angry. And by the way, I'm not saying this about Tulsi Gabbard. I see it with just from the outside. I don't know him at all. With Glenn Greenwald, that I feel he's gotten really angry at sort of the establishment, and now maybe he's acting in ways that don't help him long term.
How so?
Well, I think the thing with Alex Jones, I mean, you and I may disagree about Alex Jones. I just think Alex Jones is a bad guy. I think what he said about the Sandy Hook stuff was pretty unforgivable. And, for Glenn to get on stage with him, I don't love that.
I don't know what happened there. I'm not aware of that.
So this was just a few weeks ago. Alex Jones had this documentary that came out about him. I think he was involved in the making of it, and Glenn interviewed him about it and said basically something like, "I'm not here to really push you about Sandy Hook." I may have the language wrong. I don't want to say exactly what he said, but
That's
my
a
impression
lot
was
of
that
metal being.
he certainly didn't challenge him in the way that was proper for a journalist to maybe I have a visceral reaction to Sandy Hook because we live, 15 minutes away from there on the other side
Okay,
of the
so this one
Connecticut,
gives
on
me
the New York side
warehouse
of the border.
access.
But that happened, okay, and it's pretty terrible to have done what Alex Jones did about that.
I think it's terrible that he said it, and I think he thinks it's terrible that he said it. And I think he was also going through a mental health breakdown. And, Alex has had problems in the past with substances, and he's had problems with... he's a guy who had significant head trauma when he was
Lots of
younger,
money,
and I attribute that to some of the issues that he has, and I think excess drinking also attribute, and it's also the fact that he keeps finding things that are true.
Right.
The problem is you find things that are true and you're alone. And that's what I think Alex was. He was alone. You know, Alex, when I first met him, was a guy who was showing up at George Bush rallies and calling him a criminal. And this was when Bush was running for president. And that's when I at first was aware of him. This is when he was protesting against what they were doing with the World Trade Organization, where they were stopping any kind of dissent, where you couldn't even have a WTO badge on your backpack with a line through it and go and cross.
This was
these
in
lines.
Seattle back.
Yes. And he also was the first to expose the agent provocateurs, and that they use government agents to smash buildings and light things on fire so they could say this is not a peaceful protest, and then they could go in with force and stop the protests. He exposed a lot of things that are true. He told me about Epstein's Island, when I thought that was the craziest fucking thing I'd ever heard from him.
It's 100% true, of course.
100% true. You know, when someone like him tells you
That's
there's
fucked.
an island that they take influential people and they have sex with underage people, you'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then if you told me years later that the guy, Epstein, would, first of all, go to jail for doing that very thing, for having sex with underage people, then still be able to court people like Bill Gates and be able to have them and travel with them and go places with them, and then years later he would be suicided in some way where all the cameras stopped working and no one ever got brought to justice for it in any significant way, and that years after that Ghislaine Maxwell would be arrested, that she would be tried, that she'd be convicted, and that the list of the people that engaged in this illegal activity would never be released. I would say that is a banana republic bullshit thing. That's not going to happen in the United States of America.
No,
people are going to be brought to justice. I don't care how powerful they are, but that's not the case.
No, it did. That's
so
basically
this is
accurate.
why Alex went crazy.
And by the way, it's true. I'm thinking, like, we've never had a report on the right. Was there ever been a sort of government, any kind of independent report on what happened to Maxwell or to Epstein in the prison?
Well, no, other than that one guy, Michael Baden, who was a autopsy specialist. The guy was in that autopsy show on HBO, who reviewed the case and said that his injuries were indicative of someone who was strangled, not indicative of someone who hung himself.
Is it? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, yes, I mean, where we sort of started this whole line of conversation is like, you got to know that stuff and still keep your bearings, right? So like, I'm not out there saying like Pfizer and Bill Gates are trying to kill everybody in the world, right? Like, and I think that's why I'm kind of valuable, and I think that's why I'm kind of dangerous to some of these people.
I think so too. I think you are what I like in a journalist. You're objective and reasonable, even when it's inconvenient. And that is that's a thing that escaped a lot of people during this time, and I hope people can find their way back again to what they wanted to be when they started out to become journalists.
Yes, but I hope Glenn will break some national security news in the next year, right? I hope he'll get a new WikiLeaks or whatever, a new Snowden documents or whatever. I mean, whatever it is, like, I'd love to see him go back to that, because you can spend all your time feeling ill-treated, and it doesn't do anybody any good.
Yeah, I know. I see what you're saying. I know what you're saying. And it is that's a natural aspect of human nature. You dig your heels in and you get angry and
make it about you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and believe me, I get it. It's easy.
I mean, look, you got to understand what that guy was exposed to. When he did release Ed Snowden's information, that had to be horrific.
Yep.
I mean, his life has been threatened on multiple occasions.
Yep. No, I mean, they threatened to go after him with the Espionage Act at one point. I mean, no, there's a reason he's basically in Brazil, although he obviously comes back from time to time. But yeah, no, I mean, and honestly, that was an amazing piece of journalism, right? Like, seeing the extent of the federal government and the NSA's surveillance efforts and everything they could do, that, like, it's certainly among the more important pieces of journalism in the last 20 years.
And it's so bizarre that that wasn't met with the kind of outrage in this country that I felt it should be met with. That this was done under the guise of protecting us from terrorism.
Yep.
Now I want to know how much terrorism has that actually stopped, and,
Yep.
and
People
how
don't
many
know,
people
man.
have been violated. How many
People
people
don't
have had
fucking
their
know.
rights violated because of this thing that's not supposed to be legal in this country.
Yep. I mean, again, it's because the media has been so focused on trying to get Donald Trump the last 6 years. All those stories don't count anymore.
He's a giant problem in that way, right?
Yes.
Because he represents this thing that's so easy to label as evil and it must be stopped, that it justifies so much.
I mean, as I said, I always keep quoting notes. I'm so bad. I wrote this a few weeks ago. He's ruined journalism, right? He ruined it because he made it all about him. And the idea was, we'll do whatever we have to do. We'll go with any rumor just to get him. And of course, it didn't work. And now I fear, and we'll find out more about this raid last month, but I fear he's ruined, I guess it was earlier this month, he's ruined law enforcement. Those guys have even, they have real strict ethical guidelines because the stakes are so high. And, to raid the ex-president and possibly future president's house because of some boxes of papers he took home, you better have, I hope they have more than that. I mean, I do, because Trump has a way of making everyone crazy and of making people violate their own standards.
Yeah.
And that is not good for anyone.
On both sides, right?
On both sides.
Yeah. Anything else?
It's been a pleasure. I don't know.
Appreciate you, man. I really do. I appreciate you. I know you take a lot of shit, but I appreciate you. I appreciated you when I first had you on to talk about cannabis, because I think it's a very important thing, and I don't think if someone thinks that some parts of something are good, you should ignore the bad parts. And I think there was this sort of there was this widespread belief amongst people that love cannabis that it's this wonder drug that's nothing but good and a net positive for everybody. But I think we have to look at reality, and I think that what you did in publishing that, Tell Your Children, is very important, and I think people should be aware of it. And I think that what you've done with all this information in the pandemic and the way you've distributed it, I think it's very valuable, and I think a lot of people appreciate you.
Well, I listen, I hope so. I know. I wish people I were close to could see it that way.
You probably shouldn't be close to those folks.
I hate to, when somebody's been a friend for 30 years, man.
I know, I get it, man. Maybe they'll come back. I mean, maybe they'll get it eventually.
Yeah,
Ultimately.
maybe.
I hope so.
I think what you did for the right reasons.
Well, that's true. Right or wrong, I did it for the right reasons.
Yeah. I don't think you're wrong.
Well, I'm going to keep publishing. Can I mention the Substack?
Yes, please.
It's, it's called Unreported Truths. It's at alexberenson.substack.com. I hope and expect to have a lot more to say from the Twitter documents very soon. I believe, I've sort of promised it, and I do think it's going to happen. I'm going to be suing Biden and Andy Slavitt. Let's see what happens with that. And the book, if you can find the final remaining copy at a Barnes & Noble, it's Pandemia. But look, I hope at this time next year, or whatever time, I hope obviously I'll come down and I'll come on with you anytime. We are talking about sort of Twitter and big tech and all that stuff. I'd much rather be talking about that than some wave of deaths, all-cause mortality. Let's just hope that goes away. I truly would love for that not to be a story in a few months.
As would I.
It's been
Alex Berenson. Thank you very much.
sir.
Appreciate you, brother. All right, bye, everybody.
That was a fucking good episode. Now, let me go back. Let's listen to the one with Mr. Zuckerberg. Oh my goodness.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience.
This one's gonna be
Drink by day,
interesting.
Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
So your new Oculus is awesome. It's very impressive.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Coming out in October. We're going to be talking about it at our Connect conference. That's coming up. Yeah, pretty excited about it.
It's so interesting when you put it on. So I'll just describe it to people. When I put it on, there was an avatar in front of me, and it was an alien woman. And the alien woman, when I moved my mouth, she moved her mouth. When I moved my eyes left and right, it's tracking my eyes. When I make like an angry face, like it makes an angry face. When you go like open, it's
That's
incredible.
crazy.
It's like you can see the evolution, the progress of this stuff, where it's getting to the point where it's mimicking human patterns in a kind of creepy way. But it's very cool.
Yeah, so, for me, this stuff is all about, like, helping people connect, right? I mean, the way that I got into this is, I don't know, I just started thinking about, like, what would be the ultimate expression of basically people using technology to feel present with each other, right? It's not phones. It's not computers. Like, how do you get this sensation of actually being present, like you're right there with another person? And that's, to me, what virtual and eventually augmented reality are all about. And there's just this whole technology roadmap that we basically just need to go run down over the next decade to unlock them. And so for the next device that's coming out in October, there are a few big features. I mean, the one that you're talking about, basically social presence. I mean, the ability to now have kind of eye contact in virtual reality, have your face be tracked, so that way your avatar, it's not just like this still thing, but if you smile or if you frown or if you pout or whatever your expression is, have that actually just in real time translate to your avatar. I mean, that's obviously, like, our facial expressions are just a huge. That's like a. There's more nonverbal communication when people are with each other than verbal communication.
You had a really good point too about face tracking, and like if you're doing like a FaceTime call, that you don't look at each other in the eye because you're looking at the camera to look in the eye, and then you don't see the person. So if you look at the camera, you're looking up, and if you look at the
it's fucking
down
annoying.
at the actual screen, you're not making eye contact with the person. But this is able to recreate actual eye contact. With the avatar.
Yeah, no, this will be the first time really to do that. I mean, when we're using technology today, I mean, it's great to be able to make phone calls and video calls and all that. I mean, if you can't be with someone today, it's nice to be able to see their face. But when you're on a video call, you don't actually feel like you're there with the person, right? I mean, you get some signals, some information, you can see their face, but the whole time you're kind of trying to convince your brain that you're actually there with them. But your brain knows, right? It's like at kind of like a deep level.
Yeah.
That's you're not actually there with them. You're just getting some information about what they look like. And to me, what virtual reality unlocks is it basically really convinces your brain that you're there. I mean, when you're in there, you have to basically try to convince your brain that this isn't real, right? And that you're not present. So and there are all these just subtle signals. And things that either deepen the illusion or break it. That each time we do a new version, we just try to break down a few more of the barriers. I mean, one of the big ones that early on, well, the first one obviously was just like having a headset and be able to look around. And for that, one of the key things that your eye basically refreshes, I don't know, call it every 5 milliseconds or something. So if you turn your head and the image isn't kind of refreshed to where you're looking within 5 milliseconds, then there's this huge mismatch between your visual system and your vestibular system and your kind of balance in your ear. And people used to kind of feel uncomfortable from that, right? Because it's like a physical discomfort because like what you were looking at didn't match kind of as you were rotating your head. So that was kind of the first thing. Then we got hands. And there was this whole thing that was super interesting there where at first we wanted to, display your whole arm, which makes sense, right? Because I mean, it's you'd think, okay, it's a little weird to just see your hand. But it turns out that your brain is perfectly willing to just accept seeing your hand without your arm, because your hand is the thing that it's trying to manipulate. And as a matter of fact, when if we kind of interpolated and got your arm position wrong, right? So we'd get into these cases where your hands were here, and we'd sort of guess that your arm was like that or something. And if your arm was actually like that, but we displayed it so that it was in like that, you're like, my elbow's broken. But it felt like really wrong. So it's actually much better to show a limited number of signals but get them right, and then you can just add on over time. So for previous versions before this, we didn't. The kind of eye contact was all just AI simulated, but we didn't actually know when you were making eye contact because we weren't tracking the eyes. And now for this version and hopefully a lot of the different ones that we build going forward, you'll be able to have realistic facial expressions and more translated directly to your avatar. But there's this whole roadmap of basically how do you deliver this like real sense of presence, like you're there with another person no matter where you actually are.
It was very impressive because even when I moved my jaw side to side, I went like, it did that. It made the O face like, whoo. It's really interesting. And you were saying also that the way this is tracking is you're doing this without putting something on your body, without putting trackers on your body. But do you ultimately think that that's like, are we going to go Ready Player One where you have like a haptic feedback suit and you have to zip this thing up to get into a game and in that way you're going to be fully immersive? Or do you think that it can get to the point where it can mimic the movements of your body accurately without you having to wear something?
So I think that there will be opportunities to wear things to augment the experience further, right? So we already have these experiments with haptic gloves where you can if you touch a digital object, right? If you drop a ball from one hand to the other, you can feel the ball in your hand physically. And that's pretty cool. But I want to design this in a way where you don't need that, right? So today there's two primary modes of doing the tracking. I mean, there's this kind of notion of inside-out tracking. You're wearing the headset, and it tracks your motion, it tracks your hands. Eventually it'll track your legs with an AI model. And you can do that all with your headset. And the big advantage of that is you don't need to have a whole lot of different devices, right? Eventually you'll be able to do it without even having controllers. You'll just have the headset. The headset will get smaller. It'll be more portable. You'll be able to bring it around. You don't want to have a setup that has like 10 pieces, right? I mean, maybe there are going to be times when you want to kind of have that sort of super deep experience, or maybe you have it at your home. But I think ultimately people are going to just want to have versions of this that they can bring around, and whether it's on an airplane or you're doing work at the office or you're going to a coffee shop or whatever. And for that, you really just want to make it work from the device.
So just from a pair of glasses or something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, right now there's kind of the concepts of virtual reality and augmented reality are sort of on two different development paths, but they're obviously fundamentally interrelated, right? So virtual reality, it's kind of possible to build today, right? Quest 2, it's pretty popular, doing well. Hopefully the new one that comes out, I think it's a pretty big step above it. But you can build that today. There's a lot of new technology that we've researched that goes into that, but it also is building on top of decades of advances in displays that came from TVs and laptops and phones, and some of the display technology gets to piggyback on those decades of innovation and all these different companies that have done that work before. AR is a pretty different beast because what you really want to get to is not a headset. You want to get to something that's like a normal looking pair of glasses that is it won't be like a wireframe because you'll need to fit some electronics in it, right? You'll basically need to have a computer in there and speakers and a microphone and batteries and a laser projector. And then the display, which, we and a lot of other folks think is going to be this technology called waveguides, which is completely different from screens because it's a screen. It's like you're looking at a thing and basically you're looking at like all the pixels that are on the screen. The thing that's different about a waveguide is it'll actually be see-through. So you'll be able to see the world through it, and then it'll display holograms and be able to place them at different depths in the world.
So is a waveguide a type of technology? Like what is a waveguide?
Yeah, it's basically they can be made of different substances, plastic, glass, different substrates, and they basically get etched or printed in different ways. And there's this big debate right now where a lot of the research is going into what is the right way to basically create these waveguides that have the right properties, because you want for augmented reality to get something that's wide enough field of view. So you can imagine in 5 years we're having this conversation. I'm not here. You're wearing AR glasses. Hologram Mark is here, and like it's not only just is it kind of working as a hologram, but there's all these different dimensions beyond just being like a better video chat. If we wanted to play poker, it's like I could like deal a deck of cards and we could play. Hologram me could deal hologram cards, and you could have your glasses, and physical you there could pick up the hologram cards, and you can have a poker night where like some of your friends are there physically and some of them are there as holograms. And it's actually kind of wild. One of the thought experiments that I like to do is thinking about how few of the things that we physically have in the world actually need to be physical. Obviously things like chairs need to be physical, right? You're not going to be sitting on a hologram. Food needs to be physical. But most entertainment type stuff, I mean, not just cards, but games, most media, TVs in the future probably won't need to actually be physical things. It'll just be like an app, we'll just have an app there on your wall, and it's like snap your fingers, get the hologram there for the TV, and we can have our glasses and watch whatever you want there. And I don't know, they're sort of limited to being rectangular now because a bunch of limits in terms of the physics of how they get produced. But in the future, you'll just have like some high school students or college students developing apps, and it'll just be wild. Like crazy stuff will just kind of get created. But so you'll eventually be able to kind of have that all come through these AR glasses.
So are there these AR glasses, are they in production now? Are they in development now? Like when you talk about this kind of technology where you can see things that aren't there and look at maps and watch videos and have it all on a small computer that's in the frame of the glasses. Yeah. Do they exist already?
No. I think we'll start to get stuff that kind of looks like the full version of this over the next...
Joe Rogan.
I'd say 3 to 5 years. But I think it'll also start off pretty expensive once it's available, and then it'll take a while to work down to something that's like hundreds of dollars. But there are versions of this that you can start to see if you relax some of the constraints, right? So the kind of ultimate AR experience is that, like, okay, you just have normal looking glasses that can kind of have all of these have holograms and make it so you can interact with people wherever you want. But if you relax the form factor constraint, right? So you have a headset instead of normal looking glasses. That's the other thing that's coming in the new device that we're shipping in October is mixed reality in VR, right? So we got to play around with this a little bit in the sword fighting experience that we did. But it's basically the thing about mixed reality is you see the physical world around you. In the context of VR, it's not happening through a waveguide. It's basically happening through, you have cameras on the device that capture the world and then translate that in real time into stereo images, so different images in both eyes, so that way you can, because otherwise it's weird. I mean, we kind of see stuff in 3D because we have our two eyes see slightly different things. So you're kind of, the computers are putting that together on the fly, and then you can overlay digital objects on top of that. So when we were sword fighting, it's like the version of me and my sword, it's like that was a digital thing, but otherwise it was in your lobby, right? And you could see your lobby. Yeah. So you could start to see those kind of AR experiences starting to get built, but in a form factor around mixed reality VR first. Yeah. So that's one direction that I think that the industry is exploring. The other is basically looking at, okay, so we've got to constrain this form factor because we want to have something that looks like normal glasses. What's the most technology that we can fit into a pair of normal looking glasses today? Right, so you kind of go from both sides, right? It's like, what's the experience that we want to have, even if we can't get the form factor right? And what's the best we can do with the form factor? And then each year those two basically converge. But on the smart glasses side, and we work with Ray-Ban to basically build these smart glasses, and they're the best-selling smart glasses that have ever been built, and they're, we're continuing to work on new versions of it, but they're basically you can get a pair of Ray-Ban Wayfarers now that have a microphone and that they have a speaker and they can take photos and take videos and you can
Really?
post them to Instagram. Yeah,
They do it on voice command?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, so you can say, take a photo of this?
Yep. Take a photo, take a video.
And what kind of image quality are you getting off of these things?
It's pretty good. It's I want to make sure I don't get the spec wrong, and I just have all these different numbers in my head because I want to make sure I don't confuse it with the new
Is it
versions.
like similar to like a selfie camera, like limited in comparison to the back camera?
Yeah, no, it's not quite as good as the back cameras today, but it's but yeah, no, it's like, I mean, you look at the quality and it's good, and it fits in like the corner of glasses.
Does that bring about privacy concerns if people could just like start filming things?
Yeah, so I mean, we designed it so it has a light on it.
Yeah, so we
whenever
designed
they're-
it so that
I mean,
we
that's,
can
that I think is
actually
actually a
do
really
that
important part
without
of this.
turning the light
Piece
off.
of tape over the light?
I mean, I guess in theory, but
you were creep.
but it's yeah,
There it is.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
that little thing in the corner, is that a highlight or a light?
No, that's the light.
That's the light.
And it blinks, and it's a pretty active indicator. And I think if you put a piece of tape over it, it would probably interfere with the camera. So.
And so those Wayfarers are essentially the same size as normal Wayfarers? Do they have thicker arms?
I think it's ever so slightly thicker, but it's within the same ballpark of weight.
We're looking at
So we work with a
glasses
company
that have
Ray-Ban
cameras
are
on
some of the
them.
most popular and successful glasses, and part of the reason why I wanted to work with them is because they know a lot about glasses design, and right, that's not my thing, right? So, so I figure, okay, they'll really bring to the table some constraints around like, okay, like how big can this actually be before it starts getting too heavy on your face and uncomfortable to wear for long periods of time. And I've just learned a ton working with those guys. I mean, they're super sharp. They're this great Italian company, and the collaboration has been awesome so far. So I'm looking forward to building more stuff with them. But yeah, so you basically have these two paths to the technology at once. You're kind of trying to explore all the capabilities, but in a device that's bigger than the form factor that you want, while simultaneously, every year or two, cranking and kind of pumping more technology into what can you fit into the kind of form factor that you want, and make it a really great design. And then just eventually these things converge. And then eventually they'll converge and you'll get the functionality and you'll get the kind of form factor, but it'll still be kind of expensive for a little while. And then you fast forward a few years from there, and then I think it'll really be a mainstream thing. But even VR today is doing quite well. I mean, it's I don't think we released like exact numbers on the sales, but I mean it's within the ballpark of Xbox or PlayStation or those kind of platforms. And
Really?
yeah. So I mean, we started off.
It's doing pretty.
This was sort of my
good.
theory on this. Is like, all right, gaming is use case number one for VR, but then pretty quickly, if you look at any platform, right? So computers, phones, before games are a huge part of those platforms, but if you look at the main things that people do, it's really about communication. Because I mean, this is what people do, right? It's like we communicate, and that's kind of how we get meaning in our life, is interacting with other people. So it's like, all right, that's going to happen with VR. And sure enough, if you look at the top apps in VR now, the top few are basically social, metaverse, hang out with your friends apps that are not centered around any specific game. So that kind of hypothesis around, okay, VR is starting to add different use cases. It's going from games first. Games are still growing and going to be huge, to just kind of social, hang out with friends, be present. And we're getting all these other use cases that are kind of crazy and are happening sooner than I thought. So, another big one is
holy
fitness.
shit.
Right, just because, I mean, in a way, I mean, these are like the first physical computing platforms.
Oh,
It's like you don't like move around while you're on your computer. I guess you could a little bit on your phone, but it's sort of awkward because you're looking at the small screen. But like VR and eventually AR are really designed to be able to move around and do things and like interact with the world, and that's really important to me. I mean, it's like I just like I hate sitting in front of a desk, right? It's like I just feel like if I'm not like active, I'm like wasting my day. So I don't know. There have been these awesome experiences. Basically, a couple of companies. You can kind of think about it like Peloton for VR, where it's like Peloton. They sell you the bike or the treadmill, and then you buy the subscription and you get the classes. There's a couple of companies that basically
there
do
for nothing.
They do cardio, they do dancing, they do boxing.
Sideboard
But instead of
Simulator
having to buy a
takes
bike,
what
you just have your
kind of
Quest
thing?
headset, and once you have that, you buy a subscription to these companies. and you can just take lessons and do different things and fitness, and it's I thought that was pretty wild. I thought that like in the long term something like that would start to happen, but it happened way sooner than I thought, which was really cool to see.
Well, if you do one of the boxing games, you realize right away, like, this is a really good workout. Like, the virtual boxer, when they come towards you and they're in that ring and they start throwing punches at you and you move in your head, you really wind up getting like a really high heart rate. You put out a lot of energy. It's really good cardio. I found like my feet would hurt because I was pivoting and moving so much because I was like constantly like switching stances and trying to get away from punches. And as you get further on in some of the games, like the opponents become more difficult. Yeah. It's really exciting. It's fun. And you get out of there and you're really exhausted. It's a really good workout.
Yeah, so I mean, and that's just the kind of nature of the whole platform, and that's one of the things that I love about it. But those aren't even trying to be fitness apps, right? I mean,
they're just fun.
It's just that they just happen to be physical.
Are they capable of having two people, like we had a fencing match today, you and I did, which is really fun. Are they capable of doing that with boxing now, where two people have because the thing about the fencing match that we had that I thought was really interesting was like you were facing one direction, like 30 feet away, and I was facing another direction. Like we weren't even facing each other. It didn't even matter.
Yeah.
So you could be in Bangladesh and I could be in Rome, and we could be playing a game together.
Yeah, so, I mean, the fencing demo, our internal team built because we haven't released
I thought they were talking about real fencing.
Kind of make stuff work for we kind of build
fencing
ourselves. But the boxing
reality.
ones are made all by other game developers and different developers. So
and they can do that?
Yeah, there's nothing stopping them from having a multiplayer mode. I'm not sure if any of them do yet. I all the ones that I've played, I mean, I do Thrill the Fight, and I really like Creed, but I do those as single player. I don't know if they have multiplayer modes, but there's nothing holding them back from doing that. So I'd imagine that they will add that over time.
It seems like a smart move. I mean, we were talking about martial arts, like in terms of like Muay Thai and other. I think jiu-jitsu would be a real problem, but because you'd have to physically have something to resist against. But if you could figure out how to do a Muay Thai mode, where the only problem would be things change when you make contact with stuff.
Yeah.
Things change in terms of like positioning and movement and what you're able to get away with and not get away with. Whereas with boxing's pretty good for that. Like it's probably like the best combat sport for VR because you don't even have to hit anything to feel like you kind of are.
Yeah.
And when you get hit with a jab, your screen lights up like you feel like you got hit.
Yeah, I mean, for kicking, with punching, it's a little easier to throw a punch and then just pull it back. With kicking, if you're not hitting a pad or something, you want to like continue rotating, or else it's tough to really put your weight into it.
It's do you envision a world where one day the physical experience of the game is going to be inconsequential because everything's going to be taking place in your mind? Like it'll be so good, whether it's with haptic feedback or some other kind of input, where you'll be able to actually experience very Matrix-like something that's not there. I mean, is that ultimately where all this is going?
I don't know. I mean, I just think that so much of our experience is our body and not just our mind. I mean, there's this strain of kind of philosophical thought that's like, okay, what is a human? It's like it's really just your brain. Right, and I don't subscribe to that at all, because I mean I don't know what how you feel about stuff, but like I just feel like my whole energy level and mood and kind of how I kind of interact with the world is all just based on it's so physical, right? It's not just So I mean I guess maybe over time it would be possible to just simulate that through your brain, but I don't believe that we're just brains in tanks. Or just brains in a body. I kind of think our kind of physical being and the actions that we take there are as much, or I don't know, that's like just as much of kind of the experience of being human.
I would agree to that, but I would also say that a lot of people just like to sit down and watch movies, and that's a very alien experience to the human body, and it's something we've become very accustomed to. So what I'm thinking is if technology advances and it keeps going further in the direction that it's headed now, more immersive, more convincing, You know, that uncanny valley gets bridged, and all of a sudden you have a real life experience. Now, whether this is through some sort of Neuralink type deal or some new technology that tricks the mind into actual experiences. I mean, ultimately, isn't that where this is all going to go? Where you're going to be able to have experiences without having them? And that's not to negate the beauty of real experiences, not to say we won't have real experiences anymore. But if you wanted to have a real experience, and we talked about like, economic restrictions that would keep you from being able to fly to another part of the world, well, you could go there with your Oculus. You could have a very realistic 3D representation of those places. Like you took me to Rome today. I got to see Rome. It's very cool. But do you think that ultimately that is going to get to a time where the technology is so advanced that it's indiscernible? That you could have a podcast experience with me. You and I can have this same conversation right now, but neither one of us be in this room.
Yeah, I think the nature of technology is that I think it's interesting to sort of hypothesize what the kind of extreme end state is going to be when something becomes kind of all consuming. But I think the normal way this stuff plays out is that some things are more easily mimicable or replaceable than others. So we were talking before about, okay, boxing, yeah, you can do that pretty well. Maybe one day we'll get Muay Thai and kicking in. Jiu-Jitsu, that's going to be pretty hard, right? Because you need like all kinds of resistance. So, I mean, I think the way that this progresses is like it'll keep on being able to do more things really well, and I would guess that there will be other technologies or other things will advance in the world that will prevent any one thing from ever subsuming everything else. So I don't know. I mean, I also, I mean, maybe just because I'm in the position of like working on building this stuff every day, so maybe it's like I'm just trying to make it useful for a lot of things, right? So to jump to like it's so useful that it's better than everything is sort of I'm just not. I mean, that's so far ahead of where we actually are because I'm like in the trenches every day trying to get this to work.
Maybe too close to it.
Yeah.
But from a bird's eye view, like if you looked at where this is going, it's going to become more immersive, right? It's going to get better. It's going to be more convincing. And this is the real argument for simulation theory, right? The argument for simulation theory is if there's so many civilizations out there in the universe and they're so advanced, ultimately one has to create a simulation. It seems like that's going to happen. If the human race could survive another 100,000 years, the odds we wouldn't create a really realistic simulation, it's probably pretty low.
Yeah, I think the question is just how realistic and how good. Yeah. So I think that there's, to me, like the holy grail is building something that can create a sense of human presence. Right, it's like, I mean, I've spent the last almost 20 years of my life building social software, making it so that whatever limited computation you have, you can kind of share something about your experience. And, it started off with primarily text, right, when I was in college. Then we all got these smartphones, and they had cameras, and then it became a lot of photos. Now the mobile networks are good enough that it's starting to be a lot more video. And to me, this kind of like immersive experience is clearly going to be the next step. But there's this question about, okay, so being able to feel like you're present with someone will unlock so many different types of value for a lot of people. There's like social and entertainment, there's professional. I mean, one of, I follow this economist who basically studies that economic opportunity and upward mobility is sort of limited or varies based on like what zip code you grow up in, right? Because there's different opportunities in different places. But, imagine if you didn't have to move to some city that didn't have your values in order to be able to get all the economic opportunities. That would be awesome. So in the future where you can just use AR, VR, and teleport in the morning to the office and show up as a hologram, I think that's going to be pretty sweet, right? It'll unlock a lot of economic opportunity for a lot of people. Is it ever going to be 100% as good as being there in person? Probably not, but like, I mean, I don't know, when we were talking about doing this conversation, we talked on the phone, right? It's like I didn't fly down to Austin to talk about whether to have this conversation. Sometimes it's like whatever amount of simulation you have is you can create a lot of value even if it's not 100% as good as the actual physical thing. So I just view our job as, we'll basically approach that like an asymptote. I don't know if you'll never be able to do all of the things that you can do kind of in person with a person, but you'll just be able to do more and more. If today it's gaming or hanging out, and over the next few years it'll be working, right? So hopefully you'll just be able to teleport in and basically just show up as a hologram and work remotely and live wherever you want, be with your family, wherever they live, but just be able to show up in whatever place. I think that's gonna be pretty awesome, and I think we'll be able to do that pretty well.
It's gonna be a real issue for commercial real estate. It's not gonna be a lot of offices. If that actually becomes like as good as having a cell phone in your pocket and being
He's right.
Call,
yeah,
you can just sort of teleport to work.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a
good
problem
for residential though.
Well, that's a different question.
I mean, whether or not they're going to physically want to be there, rather. Maybe they'll want to work. But they're not going to want to go to the office.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Although I think being present with people, feeling a sense of presence is pretty important. Yeah. Regardless of where you do it. I mean, I've found, over the last couple of years, the way that the work has been done has changed a huge amount. And, there are all these things that are sort of complex about the office, but I see people in person almost every day. Sometimes I probably do more meetings at my house now than I would have before. But yeah, I don't know. I do think that there's seeing people in person, having that sense of presence makes a big difference.
I think so too, but there's definitely a big pushback now about people going to the office rather than working from home. Like, people would rather just do their work from home, and they're like, with the internet connections as they are today, and the ability to video conference, like, why do I have to be physically in the building in order to get my work done?
Yeah, no, and I agree with that too. Our company is actually pretty forward-leaning on remote work. I mean, just especially some types of work, especially software engineering, you can do pretty well from a lot of different places. And if you're an engineer, sometimes it's actually better to not be in the office, because then people aren't bugging you. You kind of want like a block of 5 hours where you can just work on a problem. And if, I don't know, it's like, I have this thing where, I'll be like in zone kind of flow concentration working on something, and my wife will ask me some basic question. Oh man, it's like I just lost my flow, and it's like, and from her perspective, it's like, oh, not a big deal. That was a quick question. Just go back to what you're doing. It's like, no, that's not how it works. but it's but so I do think to some degree having people be able to work remotely is actually pretty useful for a lot of things. But I think we'll need to find this mix.
I physically run away from my wife when I have a joke idea. If she's talking and I have an idea, I will just run away. I just go, I got an idea. I just have to, she gets it, so it's okay. But yeah, if I'm in the middle of writing and she comes in and interrupts, it's over. Yeah. It just gets shattered. Yeah. So in some ways, well, you would have to have a real quiet and secure place. But I think for a lot of people, the waste of time,
fuck do I get down there?
And all that. If you could eliminate that through AR or VR, some sort of a hologram system, just the stress of life would be so much better.
Yeah, I mean, that's been, for me, over the last couple of years with COVID, and just kind of rethinking the way that stuff has worked. I think reducing the commute has been one of the big efficiencies, but also being able to live in different places has been nice. I mean, I spent a lot of time down in Kauai earlier on, and I got really into surfing, hydrofoiling, and I just wake up in the morning and go do that, and then just be really refreshed and go do my full day of meetings, which is obviously not something I can do in Palo Alto.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm pretty positive on all this. I think if you can give people the ability to get their kind of fluid state, flow state work remotely, but then also just be able to kind of in a second teleport to a place and show up as a hologram and be present, I think that's pretty valuable. Now, that doesn't replace everything, right? I mean, one of the things that I found is for larger meetings, one of the most useful things is not actually the meeting itself. It's just getting a chance to catch up with people before and after the meeting, right? When you're in the hallway or something.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a downside to being so efficient about being able to teleport in and out too, because you can kind of miss some of those casual downtime moments. But But overall, yeah. I mean, I think it's gonna create this kind of crazy amount of efficiency there.
Yeah, I think people are still gonna crave real-world experiences no matter what. You know, obviously, I do stand-up comedy, so obviously that experience, you must be there.
Yeah.
Like, that's part of the fun, is being in a room with people. But I can envision technology improving to the point where you could create a virtual comedy club, and you would see all of the different people that have the headsets on in the room, and you would probably get pretty close. Like, there was a lot of people that did Zoom stand-up during the pandemic, and it was awful because there was no audience. They were just basically like doing their act with no crowd. Like, don't.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah, you need the feedback.
It's terrible.
It's super awkward just doing public
terrible.
speaking and not having any feedback.
Well, if someone's just doing public feedback, there's like some really great podcasts where people just, like Bill Burr, just talks to himself. It's just him ranting about life and stuff, and it's great. He doesn't necessarily need someone to bounce off of. But comedy is a different thing. Like, comedy by itself with no audience is not good.
Yeah.
It's just...
So there is already at least one experience like this that I'm aware of. So we have this Horizon social platform, and people can build worlds in it. It's like it's pretty simple today, but it's designed to be this really easy world building platform.
What do you mean?
Where
I
you
don't
can go and
have
build
it.
stuff. And people built this thing called the Soapstone Comedy Club. And this is actually one of the stories that I've heard of people using VR that I think is really touching. So there's this woman who basically lost her son, and was really sad and was grieving for a while, and comedy was just a really important outlet for her, but she had a lot of social anxiety around going and physically being in front of people and performing and doing it at a club. So she started doing it at the Soapstone Comedy Club, and had a little bit more anonymity because it was in virtual reality, but she could feel a real sense of presence of other people there. And I mean, talking to her about it, it's like it's been a real important experience for her to kind of be this creative outlet and help her get over this grieving that she's had. And it's not something maybe that she would have been comfortable having the kind of full intensity experience of a physical comedy club, but you kind of got a bunch of the way there by feeling like you were present with people there.
My friend Brian Redband, he does this thing called Virtual Redband, where, what does he do? He does, like, they go to diners and stuff like that. They set it up.
VR chat.
Yeah. So he does it in Oculus, and he, has a bunch of his friends log on at the same time, and they go into a room together and hang out. And it's really interesting because I think that to be able to have an online community where you go to a place and you all meet up and you're all like talking and hearing each other's voices.
Yeah.
And seeing the avatar move, and like that alien avatar that you showed me today, it's very real looking. I mean, it does. I clearly see that it's this animated thing, but I would liken it to like an avatar, like from the movie Avatar, like the Na'vi. Like, there's something cool about it where it's like it's definitely a step above a lot of these things that I've seen in the past. That's moving into this much more realistic sort of place where I could imagine a lot of people just deciding, like, today I'm going to be a penguin. I'm going to go to this diner and hang out with these guys as a penguin. And it's exciting. It's kind of fun.
Part of what's a little trippy about it is that in some ways, some of these experiences, I think, feel more realistic than, for example, having a Zoom call, right, where you can actually see the person's face. Because, I mean, the way that our memory works, it's like it's very spatial, right? So, when I leave here today, I'll remember that you were across from me, and there's a symmetry, right? It's like you're across from me, so that means I'm across from you. We have a shared memory of kind of the space of the place. And, I guess it doesn't quite work because of the headphones, but normally, if you talk, it's coming from that direction. And spatial audio and kind of building a spatial model of things is how we make memories. So you take something like Zoom, and it just completely blows that up, because now, it's every meeting that you have looks the same, right? They're like, and also there's no symmetry, right? So if you're in the top left of my box square, that doesn't mean that I'm in the same place for you. So we don't have any kind of shared spatial sense of that. And I don't know if you've had this experience, but I just kind of feel like if I do a day of Zoom calls, they all sort of blend together, and I have a hard time remembering what meeting someone said something in.
Right.
Whereas then, it's like if you go into VR, it's like, okay, you have an avatar. It's obviously not super realistic yet. It'll get better and better over time as the computation gets better. Although, as an aside, I'm not actually convinced that even when we have photorealistic avatars, that people are going to prefer that to the expressive ones. But that's kind of a whole separate tangent that we can go down. I think you'll clearly want the ability to do both, have a photorealistic one and an expressive one. But yeah, I mean, if you're sitting around and someone's a penguin or your friends are clearly cartoony, but you're sitting around a table and you have a shared sense of space, and your friend is to your right, which means that you're to their left, and when they speak, you hear it coming from that direction. You actually remember the spatial sense of that in the same way that you would a physical thing, which it's just kind of getting all those details right over time.
Yeah, what's up?
I just think that this to me, this is like some of the most exciting work that I've gotten to do in a while, because I just feel like building social experiences on phones is so constrained, right? In some ways, it's awesome because there's like billions of people that have phones, so we can build services that get used by billions of people around the world, and that's obviously rewarding in its own way too.
Why are we watching Zuckerberg? Because I was listening to Joe Rogan podcast as I'm driving my trucks, and I'm taking a break from driving my trucks to roll a joint, and I just put this on for now.
But like having the ability to define what these next platforms are going to be and have them break out of these boxes that have been really weirdly defined, right? In terms of like these things, phones, computers, they were not designed for basically communication and interaction. They were designed for kind of work and certain computational workloads. And so a lot of what I'm trying to do is like,
this is Joe Rogan, bro.
What does it look like to design the next computing platform in a way that's like really people centric? So if you were doing it in the way that like our brains worked and how we actually process the world and how we think about stuff and what matters to us, I don't think you'd build a platform that was designed around apps. You'd build it where the fundamental unit of how you interact is around kind of people and how you express yourself, and you'd want to be able to like have an avatar and an expression of your identity and be able to just jump between a bunch of different experiences rather than have everything be so siloed. So I don't know. I think that it's just like it's pretty wild to try to build this all from the ground up, because it's just
so
this
all over the place,
incredible breadth and amount of technology. And I mean, I often get criticized because we're investing just this huge amount in this. We're going to spend this year alone more than $10 billion on all of these different research streams, but the breadth of this is just like extremely wide, right? It's not like $10 billion is going towards any one specific thing. It's like there's all the avatar work and all of how you express yourself and how you build the worlds. And then there's all the VR stuff. And within VR, we're working on this year's device and next year's device and the one after that. And then in AR, we talked about, it's like we have the Ray-Ban glasses and we have sort of the next version of that, but then we also have kind of the research going towards the full AR. And we haven't even gotten to neural interfaces yet, but we should definitely spend some time on that. But it's like you kind of go across all these different things, and it's just this incredibly wide amount of technology that needs to get built in order to basically build and deliver a realistic sense of presence,
neural
like you're physically there with another person, which I
bro.
just think is the most magical thing in the world.
Well, it's very exciting. The idea that you could have an office in a jungle. Like you could just all of a sudden we're gonna call this meeting together and we're gonna be on the moon.
Yeah,
we're gonna be next to a volcano. There's gonna be a bubbling volcano right next to the desk. It's cool. Look, I love the fact that there's people like you out there doing it. That it's expanding the possibilities for this stuff. But so neural interfaces.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? Like where is that going, and where are we at right now?
Yeah. So I think. So go back to your comments about the Matrix before. I think when people think about neural interfaces, or any interface, I think it's important to separate out there's sort of, there's feedback that you're giving to the computer, and then there's information that the computer gives to you. And you can separate those two things out. So
can you?
I actually think the super hard part here is going to be having a computer give you information straight into your brain. And that's not a thing that we're working on. So
no, Elon's working on that.
I mean, like Elon with Neuralink and those companies.
There you go.
That's just taking this like super far off. I mean, maybe it'll be ready in like a couple decades. I mean, there will probably be interesting use cases in the near term for people who have injuries or something like that. But I think normal people, I think, in the next 10 or 15 years are probably not going to want to get something just installed in their brain for fun, is my guess.
I don't want to be an early adopter.
Yeah, I think you want like the mature version of that, not like
Yeah.
not the one that where it's going to get a lot better next year and you need to like get your brain implant upgraded every year. So, but here's the kind of version of this that I spent a lot of time thinking about. So, you have AR glasses, right? And how are you going to control them? Right. I mean, how you kind of control any computation device is obviously it's super fundamental to what the platform is. So you have a bunch of different modes.
With your mind.
One of them is going to be voice, right? You'll be able to talk to it, but that doesn't always work, right? If you're in a public place or you want to be discreet or you want to just not annoy the people around you, you're not going to want to dictate everything out loud. A second way is going to be, using your hands. So let's say, okay, it's like I snap my fingers, we have a chess game, right? Or a poker game. And okay, here's our chessboard and I move a piece. It's like, okay, yeah, that'll do with my hands. That's kind of cool. But like, you're not going to be walking down the sidewalk,
example.
manipulating stuff with your hands. I mean, that I think.
Minority Report style.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some basic level, if you can get past that just being weird, I think most people's hands will just get tired, right? I mean, if you ever, just if you hold your hands out like this for a long enough period of time, eventually you want to put your hands down. So the question is, how do you make it so that you can basically go and have your mind give commands to the computer, in this case the glasses, without having to speak out loud, without having to wave your hands around. Even though those things will be great for some use cases, you're not going to want them all the time. So the research that we're doing, it's based on it's basically input only, and it's focused on, so it's not trying to send signals to your brain. It's
doesn't
trying to
matter.
make it so that your
It's
brain
a
can
neural
communicate with the
interface.
computer.
It interfaces with your
the
fucking
path
neural
that we have
network
is
of your
based on the
brain,
fact that
bro.
we have all these extra motor neurons in our body.
Just say
right?
what
and,
it is,
and part of the reason for that is like in case you get hurt, you have
Son of a
neuroplasticity, you can rewire, do stuff like find a different pathway to kind of send a signal to move your finger or something. There's all these different ways that it turns out our brain could tell this finger to move, but we've sort of optimized individually, kind of we kind of reinforce certain pathways and end up using one kind of motor neuron pathway to do a specific thing, and you have all these others that are not that used. So it turns out you can have a device on your wrist that basically your brain can communicate with your hand, tell your hand to move in like a pattern that it isn't used to.
They already do this with
and
prosthetics.
then the wristband can sort of pick up those signals and translate them into completely different things, like having a virtual hand move in front of you while your physical hand is just kind of sitting there at your side.
Are you making noises?
So you'll be able to have this experience in the future where, like,
what's wrong with you?
You're sitting in a meeting, and
What?
your wife texts you, and it pops up in the corner of your glasses, and you want to respond, but you don't want to like pull out your phone because that's kind of rude, right? So you just kind of like, I don't know, twitch your wrist a little bit, maybe like this, like some super discreet motion that no one even knows you're doing it, and you just like send a message. And
that seems like a massive distraction. I mean, people are already distracted by their phones. Like when people get a text message and they're like, hang on a second, I just can't answer this real quick. And you're like, okay. And you're sitting there having lunch with someone and they're not talking to you anymore because they're looking at their phone. But now they're going to be looking at these AR glasses and just thinking out text messages.
Yeah.
And you won't even know that they're distracted. They're just going to be not connecting with you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I actually think...
What do you mean you don't know, you son of a bitch?
I don't know. One experience that I think has been interesting since I've been doing more...
Wow. Way to change the subject, you fucking cunt. Wow. As if he just...
For Zoom calls,
and he just changes.
especially earlier in COVID. One thing that I think actually was quite good, or is quite good, is the ability to both kind of have everyone who you're meeting with on video chat, but then also have a chat thread going with some of those people. So that way, like, let's say there's something that you don't want to say to everyone who's in the room, but you want to ask one person. It's like, hey, can you clarify this thing that you said? Or you like don't want to say something in front of someone. It's like, I have this issue a lot because there's like a lot of confidential information that I have around the company. I don't want to share it with everyone, but I want to like get certain people's opinion on stuff. And if I'm doing a meeting and it's purely physical and like everyone is there, I found that sometimes I like have to wait until the meeting is over to go get the answer to the question that I wanted.
Right.
Whereas when I was if I'm kind of having a virtual meeting over Zoom or in VR in workrooms, you can just kind of text people while you're doing that. So I actually think that it will unlock a massive amount of efficiency in communication and expression between people to make it so that people don't have to wait until they're done doing one thing to send a message to someone else. But yeah, I mean, I do think that there's a separate question about if you have glasses and you're kind of going about, it's one thing to have VR and you put it on when you want to go, play a game or do a meeting. In the kind of fullness of augmented reality, when you kind of have the glasses and you're like going about that through your life, having some kind of really smart do not disturb mode that has a sense of like, okay, this thing really shouldn't distract you and you're doing something important that's going to be a really important AI problem too, I think, to be able to kind of simulate and understand, because I don't think it's going to be as black and white as like do not disturb on or off, right? I think you want some intelligence there about, routing and kind of understanding which things you're going to want to get and which things not. And
maybe have certain people have priority, like if your wife or your family is trying to get a hold of you, they can get through, but business people can't get through.
Yeah.
I worry about additional distractions. I mean, I do not keep my children from social media because I feel like the world that they live in has social media in it, and I don't want them to be just completely disconnected from that. I limit the amount of time they use their phones, and I try to talk to them about the importance of not being like completely absorbed in social media and these kind of things that these kids do. But I think it's a part of life, and I think it's new and it's weird and it's confusing and it can be very addictive. But I also think it's a part of life. But going out to dinner with them is so hard. They just want to check their like, hey, put your phone down. Stop snapping with your friends. They're always Snapchatting. I'm like, stop doing that.
It's like, well, we got to stop that.
Yeah.
No.
It's like we just got to put it aside. Just put it aside. But if you have glasses on, that's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult to get people to, especially if glasses have social media applications and also offer some sort of a benefit, like a net benefit to like the way you view life. Like maybe give you information on the amount of calories that are if you pick up a food item. Like, what is that? Oh, look at all the calories. Oh my God, it's got that oil in it. That's not good for you. Or, other benefits, but also has social media. You're going to come into this like sort of a weird place where you have to figure out whether or not this is a positive thing in your life, or whether or not it's overcoming and you're overwhelmed by it.
Yeah, and I think that's something that it's going to end up being this balance, and hopefully our computers and platforms will help us find the reasonable balance on that. I mean, one of the things that you've said a few times is, okay, like, I'm not sure if I'd want to do this digitally. I think about, like, it's like I want to have this experience in the real world. Yeah. I mean, here's one kind of philosophical way that I think about this is, I actually think when you say the real world, I call that the physical world. And I think there's the physical world and the digital world. And I think the combination of those increasingly is the real world, right? It's like there's all this additional information that we bring to the physical experiences that we have that whether it's digital or just from our own experience or studying that we've done, that's more than just kind of the physical kind of sensation that we get. Yeah. But the ratio of that may be shifting over time, right? So in a world in the future where, a lot of the things that might be physical today, I mean, maybe this kind of art and sculptures and stuff that you have here, maybe in the future they're not physical, maybe they're just holograms because you can change them really easily. Maybe over time the ratio of the amount of physical stuff that we interact with to digital stuff shifts and becomes more balanced or something like that. Whereas, historically it was all physical and there was very little kind of information or digital overlay on top of it. And now I think it's just steadily been increasing. But I mean, I think it's probably going to be a lot healthier for us rather than consuming kind of all this additional context through this tiny little portal that we carry around on a phone, and you're just kind of like looking at this and you're missing the whole context. I think to have it be able to be overlaid and have kind of people be able to pop in and interact with them through it. I think that's powerful. We'll obviously need to get the balance on this right, but it's I don't know, that's sort of how I think about it. I think like probably the right way to think about the real world is at this point is not actually just the physical world, but the physical world. I'm probably more kind of optimistic or believe that the physical world is probably more important to our being and essence and soul than probably a lot of other people in the industry. So I mean, I really care about getting that balance right.
I think the balance is important, but I think you're correct. I think there is an ever-increasing landscape of digital world that's undeniable, and it's a part of life now. And as the technology improves, it's going to be a bigger and bigger part of life. I wouldn't say my fear is, but my thoughts are that we're going to lead to a time someday where people become fully immersed 24/7 in a non-physical world. And I think that's the Matrix, and that's what people are worried about. It that as this technology advances, especially with some sort of neural interface, that we're going to get to a place where we're not really here anymore, or there always. Like, how many people are on? How do you limit your social media use? How do you do it?
Me personally, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just doing so many things that in practice there aren't as many hours in the day. But and my kids, I haven't had to think about it quite as much yet because they're pretty young, 6 and 5, right?
Yeah.
Augie just turned 5 this weekend, but it's so I mean, they use. I want them to use technology for different things. I mean, I teach them how to code. I think it's like an outlet for creativity. I mean, Augie especially. I mean, Max likes building things. Augie thinks about it as art. So whenever like every night I try to do bedtime with them religiously. So I try to like end my meetings in order to be able to put them down, and I ask them like what activity they want to do. Do you want to read, or do you want to wrestle, or whatever and Augie's just like, oh, I want to do code art. It's like that's such an interesting way to think about it. I always think about coding as like you're building something, and she just thinks about it as making the computer make art. So it's just like it's so anyhow. I think it's good for them to get that exposure, but I don't know, these things. It's not everything that you're doing on a computer or screen isn't the same. There's a lot of research into well-being that shows that there's like, are you actively engaging, and are you engaging with a person? Are you building relationships, or are you just consuming? And if you're building a relationship, then that is associated typically with a lot of long-term benefits and well-being, right? Because I mean, the relationships that we have in our lives, I view that as like the meaning, right? That's like that to me is like the point, and that I think over time is what generally creates happiness for people and prosperity. But if you're just sitting there and consuming stuff, I mean, it's not necessarily bad, but it generally isn't associated with all the positive benefits that you get from being actively engaged or building relationships.
Right, and you could engage with people actively online and build digital relationships, and especially as this technology improves, you could actually have meaningful experiences with someone's avatar.
Yeah, so I mean,
it's very weird.
So I just want to make it so that the experiences that we're having aren't just these like passive things. Mm-hmm. So from my perspective, there's this like, you know, people spend a lot of time with screens today. It's, you know, based on computers, phones, and TVs. And I'm always amazed, because I spend all my time on phones and computers, that for Americans still almost half the time that they spend on screens is TVs, more than phones or computers. So
really,
I mean, yes, I mean, I think it might have just tipped to being in the last few years to being, you know, more phones and computers than TV, but TV is huge.
Because I know, like, Netflix and YouTube, I think a giant amount of stuff is on phones.
You're wrong about
it's a lot
that.
of, it's a lot on phones, but it's a lot on TVs too, and a lot of people are still just watching, you know, cable or different things like that. And so when you think about
cable
new
TV in like 10 years,
I actually think the first thing that they're going to go do is eat TV, right? And like and kind of the more passive things. So you know, when people talk about being worried about you know, the time that people are spending in different kind of social experiences, I mean, the time has to come from somewhere. I think it's worth looking at where it's coming from. If it's coming from sleep, that's probably not great, right? If it's coming from exercise, like, I wouldn't be that happy with that. If it's coming from TV, I'm pretty fine with that, right? I think, like, I mean, that's actually maybe a net improvement in well-being for people overall if you're shifting from this more beta kind of consuming state to just being actually actively engaged, potentially building relationships. And there's just a ton of TV time to eat, right? So I think before we worry about this kind of consuming more and more of people's time, I actually just think looking at the mix of what people do today is good. And I mean, my goal for these next set of platforms, they are going to be more immersive, and hopefully they'll be more useful. But I don't necessarily want the people to spend more time with computers. I just want the time that people spend with screens to be better. Because I mean, today so much of it is like you're just sitting around and I don't know, in this like beta state, consuming stuff. And I think that's like, I don't know. That's, I mean, so you asked me, how do I control my own social media time or my time on this stuff? It's like, I mean, I do a bunch of social media. I do a lot of messaging. I really don't watch that much TV, and that's because I just don't have that much. I don't know. I find it puts me in this really weird mental state to unless there's something that I'm just like really attached to, right? So like I really like watching like UFC, for example. But that's because I also like doing the sport, right? So it's like I have some kind of connection to it, but I don't know, just like sitting around watching it's
no way.
I don't usually like get into a lot of TV shows.
Have you always been a very physical person? Because I follow you on Instagram.
Yeah.
I see wakeboarding and stuff.
How
you're
the fuck
very
am I
active,
supposed to get through
which
this?
I think
if
is
that
very.
one little
It's a great
branch is
message too.
stopping me.
It's great for you, but it's also a great message for other people that here's this guy who's incredibly busy, and his life is overwhelmed with technology, yet he's constantly doing physical things and using his body and exercising and getting out in nature.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that my parents really stressed for me early on. They're like,
come on,
my parents pushed me
baby.
pretty hard. They're like, you're gonna do well in school, and you're gonna be on 3 varsity sports teams, and like, and it's
That's
just
it?
Yeah, well, I mean, and you know, a lot of other stuff.
No, but I mean, like
but
that, you don't have any debate. It's it. This
No,
is, this is
yeah.
the rule.
So it's like that's
Holy
just what you're gonna
shit,
do.
That was so annoying.
And I'm super grateful for it. I mean, they weren't very prescriptive, right? I mean, they didn't tell me I had to do computers. They didn't tell me which sports I had to do, but they were like, this is important. But I don't know. I mean, I've found it, especially as the company has scaled and in some ways become more stressful, it's like more important, right? I mean, my sort of day is like, it's like, all right, you wake up in the morning, look at my phone, you get like 1 million messages, right, of stuff that come in. It's usually not good, right? It's, I mean, people reserve the good stuff to tell me in person, right?
Right.
So, but it's like, okay, what's going on in the world that I need to kind of pay attention to that day, or so it's almost like every day you wake up and you're like punched in the stomach, and then it's like, okay, well, fuck, now I need to like go reset myself and be able to kind of be productive and not be stressed about this.
Mark Zuckerberg saying, "Well, fuck,"
I read,
is the
I take in all the information,
is the most
and
natural thing
then
I've ever heard him say.
I go do something physical for an hour.
It's the most natural
and
thing
just
that's ever
reset
come out of his
myself. And
mouth is,
over
well,
time, what I
fuck.
found is that it's not actually just.
Oh my god.
I used to run a lot, but the problem with running is you can think a lot while you're running. So I've especially over the last couple of years, I've gotten really into things that require full focus. So, you know, at the beginning of COVID, I mentioned that I spent a bunch of time in Kauai. Our family has a ranch down there, and like I spent a lot of time foiling and surfing. And it's like if you're foiling or surfing and you're on like a wave, you have to pay attention the whole time, right? Or else you're gonna fall and maybe get held under, and it's like not. That's not a great experience. I don't know if you surf, but
No, I don't. But I tried foiling, and
Uh-huh.
I'm an oaf. I couldn't get on the thing.
Well,
my young daughter is really good at it. My 12-year-old, and she just zooms around and gets on that thing, and I couldn't figure it out.
yeah. It's you're talking about the e-foil
Yes.
for that. Yeah, I bet if you tried it for like a few days, you'd
That's
get it
the
down
problem.
pretty well. Yeah.
I tried it for about 3 hours, and I was like,
But
oh
the-
my god, this is awful.
But the actual foiling, not the e-foil. I mean, the e-foil weighs like 40 pounds. An actual foil board maybe weighs like 5 to 10 pounds. So after you learn how to foil, flying an e-foil is like, it feels like you're flying a tank through the air or something. But it's like, I don't know, it's a pretty interesting learning curve, but it requires full engagement the whole time.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, that's sort of, this
So
is
it's
sort
cleansing.
of, yeah. And this is sort of how I got into MMA too, is after, you know, now I don't spend as much time in Kauai because things are ramping back up and I'm in the office a lot more. So it's like, all right, there's not as much foiling in Palo Alto. So it's like, all right, what's a thing that is both like just super engaging physically, but also intellectually, and where you can't afford to focus on something else. And I think to some degree it's like MMA is like the perfect thing, because it's like you don't like you stop paying attention for 1 second, you're gonna end up on the bottom.
Yeah.
Right. So I've just found that is just really important for me in terms of like what I do, being able to just kind of maintain my energy level, maintain my focus, because then like after an hour or two of working out, or rolling or wrestling with friends, or training with different folks, it's like now I'm ready to go solve whatever problem at work for the day, and like I've fully processed all the different news for the day that's come in, and we're just ready to go.
How did you get introduced to martial arts training? Like, how long ago was this?
It was in the last 12 months, actually.
Really?
Yeah, because it was basically I used to just run a lot and just do that, and then basically since COVID, it's like got super into surfing and foiling, then got really into MMA.
So how did you initially approach it? Like, how did you get a trainer? Like, what did you do?
I know a bunch of people who are into it. There's actually this really interesting connection between people who surf and do jiu-jitsu.
Oh yeah.
So
a lot of
so a bunch of the guys who I do that with, they kind of have gyms in Kauai, and I basically collected a bunch of recommendations, ran them by a bunch of people who I know, and I ended up. I trained with this guy Dave Camarillo.
I know Dave.
Yeah, Guerrilla Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he's awesome.
He's great.
Yeah, super nice guy, and I feel like I'm learning a ton. And the crazy thing is, like, I don't know. I mean, it really is the best sport. I don't. The question isn't how did I get into it. It's how did I not know about it until just now. From the very first session that I did. Like 5 minutes in, I was like, where has this been my whole life? It's like, all right, my mom made me do 3 varsity sports, and like my life took a wrong turn when I chose to do fencing competitively instead of wrestling in high school or something, right? It's like there's something that's just so primal about it. That's I don't know. It's and I've since then I've just introduced a bunch of my friends to it, and that's been really fun, because now it's like we train together and we just like wrestle together, and just I don't know, there's like a certain intensity to it that I like, and it's sort of, I don't know, maybe it's like there's this cultural thing where maybe a lot of people haven't considered it,
right?
But I've had 100% hit rate of introducing friends to it and converting them to people who now train. Every single person who I've kind of shown it to is like, this is amazing. This is like obviously how I should be training and working out.
Yeah, that's very impressive that it's 100%. You must have some solid friends, because a lot of people get turned off by the amount of effort that's involved, but they get excited by the problem solving, which is the more fascinating part, like learning the techniques and focusing on memorizing the techniques and developing the skills, and then drilling. Like that's probably one of the most important things about jiu-jitsu that people don't do enough of, is drilling. Like, I made some of my biggest leaps in martial arts from like blue belt to purple belt just through constant drilling. I was drilling all the time with my friend Eddie Bravo, so we were always working on techniques, and so I was able to like progress much quicker. And then I noticed when I stopped doing that later, my progress kind of stagnated. It's like there's a real clear correlation between the amount of energy you put into drilling and observing the technique, and then just going through the motion with like someone offering like 20%, 30% resistance. Yeah. It's just not as fun. Like sparring is the most fun. Like, you immediately want to just slap hands and start rolling. It's fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I really trust Dave, and I think it's also.
Dave's great.
Yeah, and I'm also just, depending on what's going on in my life and work that day. Like, some days I like have the energy to go spar, and some days it's good to just go drill. And it's like, all right, there's a lot going on. There's, it's better to just go do something like 20 times in a row.
Both things are important, but if you can force yourself to drill more than you spar, you'll get better.
Yeah.
It's really important. It's like the most important thing, and it's the thing that people do the least of. Because like, to really like carve those pathways in your mind, like when someone is in this position, you do that, and knee in position and you shift your hips. It's just it's driven into your programming so that in the flow of an actual rolling session, it just happens.
Yeah.
You see Tom Hardy just won a bunch of fucking
I did.
matches.
I
Tom
did.
Hardy is like an ass kicker. Him and Mario Lopez are out there competing in jiu-jitsu tournaments. Like, this is wild. And they're both like beginners. They're both like blue belts. Like,
Yeah.
that's incredible.
Well, maybe I'll get there for my 40th birthday. in a
You
couple
should
years.
do it. Bourdain did it. He did it when he was like 60.
I just think it's. I mean, I do a lot of stuff like this with friends, but I also just find like wrestling around with friends is
fun.
Just, it's
It's
awesome.
fun. Yeah, wrestling is fun.
Yeah.
Jiu-jitsu is even more fun. It's like wrestling with like
Oh, yeah.
finishes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited that you're into it. It's really cool. And I think, it really enhances your enjoyment of watching it on television. Because you know what's happening.
But there's also like a lot of good parallels, I think, in philosophy for life and work and all that. I mean, both surfing and foiling and in jiu-jitsu, MMA, it's like, I think it sort of teaches you about like the flow and momentum of things. And I think business is like this in a similar way, where it's like the hardest thing is knowing when you're in a position where you need to push through versus sort of developing the intuition for when, like, all right, when like the momentum is just going in the other direction. It's like, all right, you're not going to be able to pump over this swell. If you keep your weight in this direction, you're going to get swept, right? I do think, it's a super concrete thing. I think one of the things that's sort of frustrating or running a company is like the feedback loops are so long, right? It's like, all right, so I showed you the pre-release version of the new VR headset that we're building. It's like, we've been working on that for years, and now it's like, so basically the ideas that went into that, and there's obviously a lot of problem solving even up until now to kind of get it to work well, but the basic principles, okay, what like big features are we going to prioritize? Made those decisions years ago, and we're not going to know if that's right until maybe a year from now, until we see how that goes. So there's something that I think is sort of, it's difficult in running an enterprise of that scale to like try to learn from things at such a long, such a kind of a long interval. And it's something that I just find super rewarding, is having these parts of what I get to do on a day-to-day basis where you're learning about, like, you get to push on the world or push on other people and get to kind of see how that goes like a second later instead of 4 years later. Right. It's like, all right, am I going to be able to like go turn that direction on that wave, or am I just going to get swallowed? Right. So it's, I don't know. I think that having that mix in your life is, it feels really important and healthy to me. And I try to get my friends into it. My kids do jiu-jitsu too. I just think it's like really important that they kind of develop all these skills and appreciation for doing physical things, just like my parents taught me. But I don't know. It's, I guess overall it's like a big part of, it's a big part of of who I am, I think. Going back to the other conversation about like, are we just brains and tanks? It's like, no, because this is like the part of, my life that I think is, it's like this is super fun. Like the building things, it's like that's super engaging too. It's like a very different type of intellectual exercise.
Well, it's also the one-on-one physical connection with a person. I would imagine that your life has got to be very bizarre because you are the head of this enormous platform and you're dealing with so many human beings and so much negativity and positivity and all kinds of fires that you have to put out and all sorts of chaos, and to just have one thing, one person right in front of you is probably really good to sort of clean the pipes out.
Yeah.
Just like clear your mind and have your ability to focus on things sort of like put into perspective.
Yeah.
That it's got to be very unmanageable. I don't know. I've talked to people about this before. Whenever people talk about like social media sites and they're doing this and they're doing that, I'm like, could you imagine trying to manage at scale 5 billion or whatever it is? How many people are on Facebook right now?
Facebook is almost 3 billion, but across our different properties, it's like a little more than 3.5 billion.
Yeah, that's impossible. Like no one can manage 5 billion people.
Yeah.
Or 3 billion people, or a billion. It's like the numbers are just, they're so absurd. It's so preposterous. It doesn't make any sense. So, like, I would imagine that for your mind, the amount of pressure that's involved in just maintaining, it's like, it has to be like looming over you at all times in the background. Like, it's probably very difficult for you to find things that filter that out.
Yeah, I mean,
He's gonna start crying on stream.
Stuff to work
It's so hard.
Right, so I think a big part of trying to push forward is maintaining enough control of my time to push on the things that, like, I believe need to be advanced for the future rather than being reactive. Like, if my day is primarily consumed with just reacting to things that people are throwing at me, I mean, I can spend all of my time 1,000 times over just reacting to all the things that people throw at me, and I still wouldn't get through the whole list.
Right.
Which, by the way, I mean, I think that that's probably a somewhat extreme version because I'm running this company, but I actually think this is probably true for everyone. I think pretty much every person, I think, has a lot that gets thrown at them, and you can spend all of your time just reacting to that. And I think a lot of what kind of creates the ability to be successful long term and to build things and change your life and build products that change other people's lives is carving out the time to do stuff that's proactive. And that's both taking care of yourself, right, and kind of and being physical and getting out there and also getting to spend time with my family and my girls and all that. But it's also, I mean, I could spend all of my time just working on the things that we've already built and not trying to advance this vision for the future. But balancing that is important. I mean, it's like I also spend a ton of time on all the social media pieces of what we're building. And it's like they're nowhere near done, right? And there are some awesome evolutions that are happening there with enabling more creators. And enabling more people to have a voice there. I mean, the creative economy has sort of exploded over the last few years, and I think it's just at the beginning of, like, sort of hopefully remaking a lot of the economy for the country and the world, so that way more people can pursue creative endeavors. I think that's just going to be one of the most positive trends that comes out of this decade.
Got the whole fucking thing
So
unlocked.
I agree with
Yeah.
you 100% on that. It's really an amazing time for people to be able to carve out an alternative living.
Yeah.
And to do so through social media platforms. And there's so many people like using all the platforms that have developed these followings and started businesses, and whether it's in fitness or there's people that are just chefs that like they cook online and they share and sell recipes.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things that I really admire about what you do is, it seems like you have a real commitment to giving a voice to a lot of different types of people, right? It feels like a big part of your theme is, you have a lot of people on the show who wouldn't just nowhere, like no chance that they get the exposure that they get from talking to you elsewhere. And part of the question that I wonder about is in Instagram and in Facebook, you have your follow graph, right? You have your the people you choose to follow, and you have your friends, but can we build AI systems that can also just help recommend better content that you didn't know to follow yet, because it's kind of it's up your alley. It's like aligned with the type of things that you care about, your values, your interests.
Right.
And I just view that kind of confluence of building. It's a very specific AI problem. It's not like this kind of general intelligence AI problem, but I tend to think about things in terms of more specific problems that you can break down and try to deliver value for people. But I think I'd just love it if in a couple of years, a significant, not the majority, but a significant part of the Instagram and Facebook experiences were basically highlighting different creators who you might be interested in but might have not otherwise seen. And I think that would both be good for people who are using those experiences to discover more people, get more diversity of input into their lives, but also I think can help push that creative economy forward. It's I don't know. That's one of the things that I'm super passionate about right now.
Well, having an algorithm like that could really help. Like one of the things that Spotify does really well is suggest new music.
Yeah.
So if you like a certain, I love how they do that. Where if you like a certain kind of music, and you develop these playlists, they'll start recommending you music. And I found out about so many different bands that I would never know about before. I think it's really the thing that gets people with algorithms is that algorithms today have this negative connotation to them, and people there's a lot of argument that algorithms cause dissent and cause arguments and cause strife, and that people are focusing only on the things that upset them.
Algorithms.
The real problem with that is that they're not taught how to think and focus on things. Because what the algorithms pick up on is essentially what are you spending the most time on.
They pick
Well,
on
if you're spending the most
these
time on
nuts.
carpentry and parasailing and deep sea fishing, that's what the algorithm's going to recommend to you. Like my friend Ari, he went through this experiment where he only Googled puppies. And he only YouTube puppies, and that's all they recommended him. Like YouTube videos was all just puppies. And he's like, see, like all this stuff that people are saying, like, oh, the algorithms are tearing us apart. Like, no, we're tearing us apart. The algorithms just highlight the things that you're interested in. It's not like the algorithms are a tricky program designed by the communist government to try to get you to argue with each other. No, you're arguing. You like to argue.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the algorithms can also obviously be designed better or worse. So, one of the things that I'm pushing on a lot right now.
What do you mean better or worse?
There's this idea in designing recommendation systems.
Why would you want to design it worse? What the fuck kind of
explore
answer
versus
is that?
exploit, and that it's like, okay, if someone has spent a bunch of time, searching for puppies, they like puppies. So if you show them a puppy video, they'll probably engage with it. But if you only show them puppy videos, over the long term, you're missing an opportunity to understand what other things that they're interested in.
Puppies are the best.
So even though it might not be kind of ideal for the experience today, carving off 5%, 10% of basically the experience to just try to expose people to different things to see if they're interested in that too ends up paying long-term dividends. So I do think that these systems done well, if you design them with a long-term perspective and you're not just trying to kind of maximize engagement today, but you're really trying to understand what people care about, who people want to become, and what their values are, I think you can build some stuff that gets really good over time. But I do think that the design of the system and the values that go into it matters quite a bit too.
I think so too. I'm not neither pro nor con algorithms or recommendations. I think it's a fascinating aspect of social media, but I do think that there are certain people that, unfortunately, when they get excited about a thing or when they start going online, they generally gravitate towards things that irritate them and upset them. And that's the big concern that many people have with algorithms and with the use of social media, Twitter in particular, is that people are using it and getting upset, and it's creating more tension and more of a divide.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting to think about these services not just in terms of the information that is conveyed, but as a product designer, a big part of what you're designing is the emotional experience that people have using it. So, I just don't want to build something that makes people super angry.
Right.
Right.
Fuck you're
and I think that these things have
lying
different
dog.
charges to them. Right. I mean, Twitter, I agree. It's like you're on it. It's the plus side of it is that you get all these people who are super witty and are saying super insightful things, but a lot of them are very cutting, right? And I find that it's hard to spend a lot of time on Twitter without getting too upset. On the flip side, I think Instagram is a super positive space. It's almost I think some of the critique that we get there is that it's very curated and potentially in some ways overly positive. But it's but I think the energy on Instagram is generally very positive, and it's easy to spend time there and kind of just absorb a lot of the positivity.
I think that's true, but how did that happen?
Well,
why is the Instagram generally friendlier?
I mean, so I think that it's the design of the system, but it's But one thing is, I think images are a little less cutting usually, and kind of critical.
All right.
Than text.
Enough of this. I'm out here. It's late. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. See ya. Adios. Vamos.